So we have a very, very long day today. We have 12 bills, I believe. So let me begin by announcing the order of the bills. There he is, the friendly vice chairman. Okay, so let me, settle down, people. Let me announce the order of the bills for today. First bill will be House Bill 612, Delegate Watson. After that will be House Bill 602 and 631 of the Vice Chairman, Delegate Stein. House Bill 609, Delegate Smith. House Bill 624, Delegate Ampry. House Bill 635, Delegates Wyville and Valentine. House Bill 683, Delegate Morgan. House Bill 342, Delegate Terraza. And then we have four bills to wind it all up, all Delegate Sarah Love's bills, House Bill 31, 284, 607, and 109. And these are the last four bills are the ones with the greatest number of witnesses. As you know, gang, I'm always encouraging you to ask as many questions as you can. I don't want you to stop it. I want you to be aware that we have a very, very long day today. Just keep that parked in the back of your mind as you are doing this. And so let me invite up our good friend, Delegate Watson from Howard County, and I believe she has some people who are joining her. And the rule in this committee, Delegate Watson, is the sponsor gets 4 minutes and all the witnesses get 2 minutes. And we will go through all of the favorable witnesses, and then we will entertain questions. And then there is one person who signed up in opposition. So with that, welcome, Delegate Watson.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Barve and Vice Chairman Stein and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 612, which is a consumer protection bill regarding licensed tree experts and other companies who represent to the public that they are tree experts, but they are not licensed and do not meet the stringent standards of the licensing in Maryland. This bill prohibits a company from engaging in the treatment, care, or removal of trees over 20 feet tall for compensation under a tree expert's license unless the person is employed by the licensed tree expert. So tree trimming and tree care of trees over 20 feet tall is one of the most dangerous occupations in the country. Improper tree care of large trees is damaging to the environment, and this bill prohibits an unlicensed company from operating under a license of another company in Maryland. To date, there are approximately 1,300 licensed tree experts in the state. However, Maryland law allows any company to act under the license of a licensed tree expert. So any company can basically borrow, rent, or use the license of another company tree expert to do the work. There is a concern among members of the industry that there is a lack of oversight, lack of training resulting in damage to large trees, and lack of safety procedures putting workers and homeowners and residents at risk. Unlicensed companies caring for trees often employ poor practices such as tree spiking to the detriment of the consumer and the environment. Tree spiking leads to infectious infestations like bacterial blight or fire blight spreading between tree species. This is just one example of the environmental damage that can be caused by improper tree care. So there are two problems. One is the ability of any company to use someone else's tree expert license, which I've just described. The other problem is random contractors performing tree work they are not licensed to perform. For the second problem, and at the suggestion of the Department of Natural Resources, the bill increases the fine for a second offense of performing unlawful, unlicensed tree work. The bill would keep the initial fine for practicing without a license at the initial standard rate of $250 and raise the subsequent charge from $1,000 to $2,000 to deter repeat offenses. Finally, I've mentioned that tree trimming is one of the most dangerous occupations in the country. The law currently requires proof of property and casualty insurance when someone applies for a license and at the renewal. It follows that the state should also verify that licensees have workers' compensation insurance in place when required by law. This bill would do that at the application for a new license and at each renewal of the license. Stakeholders in the industry believe that the alterations to current standards are effective solutions to deter individuals from operating a tree care business without proper licensing, while protecting consumers, trees, the environment, and importantly, the employees in this dangerous line of work. Today, you will hear from members of the panel, two of which are past presidents of the Maryland Arbor Association, and you will find written testimony in your file from close to 24 licensed tree experts supporting this bill. I ask for your favorable review of House Bill 612.
Thank you. Before I recognize them, I just want to point out that this bill was jointly assigned to us and the Judiciary Committee, and we have Delegate Schmidt here, and we're expecting Delegates Crutchfield and Kim Taylor as well. So I have Robert Mead and Frank Dudek as being in person, and then Chad Zirk as being virtual. So let's start with Robert Mead.
And let me just say that Chad Zirk is actually here.
Okay, so he's live and in person. So, well, actually, I don't care who goes first. If you have a preference, just let me know who it is. Give me your name, speak into the microphone, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barve and committee members. Thank you very much for allowing me to present on House Bill 612. I've been in the tree care business.
Could you give us your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Robert Mead.
Okay, good. Go
I
ahead.
am a current Maryland licensed tree expert. I'll go through that. I've been in the tree care business in Maryland for 44 years as a professional arborist and licensed tree expert. I'm currently an instructor for the Tree Care Industry Association, past president of the Maryland Arborists Association, as well as board of directors for 20 years, and was instrumental in the last several bills as they changed to include tree removals. The sharing of a tree expert license does cause harm to the industry and the consumer, the industry being employees and other businesses who occasionally rely on employing other people from other companies. There's several operators who share their license for a fee in this state without any supervision of said company. The latest bill that was passed was on continuing education, and we believe that these people are not even included in that continuing education ability because they're sharing a license. I know someone who lives far western Maryland who shares his license with somebody in Baltimore County and has done so for quite a number of years, and there's no supervision there. It's kind of hard to supervise somebody from western Maryland. These operators are most likely uninsured, underinsured, or insured in a whole nother classification, leaving the consumer and their employees without adequate protection. And if an incident happens while working on their property, it could fall back on the consumer.
If you'd like to finish your thought, that would be terrific.
Very quickly, as an owner-operator in Maryland, you all know we're required to pay benefits, sick leave, and things like that. Now, retirement, a lot of these operators are skipping that by paying cash, some cash, and a payroll check. It's across the board. It's an issue with some of them that have been practicing this way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Who would like to go next? Yep, give us your name.
I'm Frank Dudek.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of this bill. Again, my name is Frank Dudek. I'm a licensed tree expert, number 477. I've been employed in the practice of arboriculture for about 50 years. I actually started as a grunt when I was 12 years old for an unlicensed, unscrupulous company and worked there for many years as a kid, suffered many harms that I had to deal with on my own. I've been personally licensed for the last 35 years, maybe a little bit longer. I don't remember the exact date. I'm currently the owner of Arbor Valley Tree Service. As most people in the industry are aware, arboriculture is one of the most dangerous occupations in the state. As you can verify by checking with workmen's compensation, they will tell you we have the highest workmen's compensation rates, and some of the most severe accidents in industries or injuries in our industry. Over the years, I've seen many accidents resulting in extremely severe injury to employees throughout the industry. Chainsaw cuts generally cannot be taken care of with a Band-Aid and a little bit of white tape. Chainsaws tear you apart. They can take your arm, your leg off. You can bleed to death with a chainsaw injury, especially if you're up in a tree and the person on the ground that's supposed to be your backup to save you, if they don't know how to climb that tree to get you out, if they can't respond, you can bleed to death in that tree. And we've had people die in trees from being pinned by limbs that fell or by cuts in the state. I know a gentleman that fell, I believe, about 60 feet out of a tree. Fortunately, he did survive many, many months of medical care and rehabilitation. Great injury. There are just too many incidents of employees that have suffered a loss of limb, loss of work, loss of life. My point is, again, this is an extremely dangerous business. Employees need to be trained properly in their own personal protection. And if you're renting a license out, there's no way you can oversee those employees. I have a former employee that worked for me that got his tree expert license under me and under my company, previous company, many years ago, 25, 30 years ago, who is still renting his license out. He doesn't even work in the tree industry. He works for a pesticide applicator.
If you could conclude your thought, the committee would appreciate it.
The point of all of this is, you know, a tree expert is somebody who has been appointed and granted a license by the Department of Natural Resources. If I just take my license and tell Johnny over here that, hey, you can rent my license for $1,000 a month and you can go out and call yourself a tree expert, I'm not going to go see his employees. And these guys don't. They don't follow up with the employees and the safety. They have no control over those employees. And again, it's a very dangerous business. And the risk is the consumer and the employees assume all of the risk. And if I could share two quick stories with you.
Well, I've got
Okay.
a really long day today, so I
So
would
do I.
ordinarily allow it, but let's go to Mr. Zirk, and then we will proceed to questions.
Good afternoon.
Thank
Thanks for allowing me.
Pardon me.
I'm Chad Zirk, owner of Cutting Edge Tree Experts. For nearly last 2 decades, I've owned Cutting Edge Tree Experts. During that time, I also was employed as a police officer in the state of Maryland. I've recently retired. Due to my expertise in tree work, I was asked to consult on several cases regarding unlicensed tree companies, which I've outlined in more detail in my written testimony. Over the last few years, I've seen a dramatic increase in unlicensed tree companies as well as companies working under someone else's license with little to no supervision. Some of the issues I'm seeing out in the field: overprescribing tree removal from either lack of knowledge or from deception, scaring the homeowner into removing live, healthy, structurally sound trees. While climbing, spiking trees can lead to injuries, disease to the trees, sometimes being fatal. Also, improper trimming techniques, advertising as a licensed insured company when they're not, improper insurance policies for work, as well as workers' comp insurance for their employees. This past year, I've made numerous calls to DNR on unlicensed tree companies. By DNR's own admission, they advise the fine's just not enough to sway unlicensed companies from operating in Maryland. Once again, tree work has been ranked one of the most dangerous occupations in America. With additional steps to ensure the companies are licensed, trained, and hold appropriate insurance, I believe this bill is a step in the right decision to help protect the homeowners, the trees, and the employees.
Okay, my wife is a workers' comp judge, and she's told me about this. Your profession, anybody who works on a rooftop, these are the most dangerous jobs in the state of Maryland. And before I recognize questions, I have a question. What is tree spiking? Explain that to us. Yeah, please.
If you recall ever seeing a lineman climbing a telephone pole, he's wearing spikes and a lanyard around the pole. That's spiking the tree. So every time he takes a step, he's creating damage to that telephone pole. The telephone pole is a dead object. Trees are living, breathing organisms. Every time you take a step when you're climbing a tree, you're creating a wound that will bleed, that leaves the tree open and susceptible to insect and disease damage.
Interesting. Okay. First question goes to Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Delegate Watson or maybe even your witnesses, there was a testimony offered by the Maryland building industry that basically added one word on page 3, line 11. Did you look at that?
One word on page, I'm sorry, page,
Page 3, line 11, a person may not, and they added the word physically, engage in the work of treatment. Does that make sense to your bill?
I think their concern, Delegate, is that they may employ consultants that are licensed tree experts, but when they called me, what I said was I would talk with them about it, and it may or may not make sense, but they haven't sent me anything specifically about it, so I'm going to have to get with them after the hearing and talk to them about it, but certainly willing to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I like that a lot. My question is very simple. Do you know of any other professional or personal licensure in the state of Maryland in which you undergo rigorous certification and training, and then you can just rent that out to someone else?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Watson. I'm sorry I missed the first part of the testimony, but, and if this was discussed, please forgive me. How would this affect, like, local nonprofit organizations that are like tree planting organizations?
Well, the definition of licensed tree expert in Maryland law applies only to companies that are working on trees 20 feet or taller.
Okay,
So it's very specific to large trees, and it's the care and maintenance and removal of large trees. And that's what this bill is referencing.
okay. I'll follow up offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, just a simple question. What would be the impact of this potentially if there's like a natural disaster, like a hurricane or something like that, and we need, more folks to come through and help clear down trees? Are there any implications in that situation where we might bring people from other states or things like that to come clear those trees?
I'd like to turn to Mr. Zirk.
Well, I believe on that scenario, we've had multiple times, a lot of the debris is already on the ground, safe, clean up. The more hazardous stuff, trees that split, uprooting, that's ready to fall on houses, I think that should be left up to the professionals that's trained and do that on a regular basis. But every storm we see multiple landscape companies, a lot of out-of-staters come in, help clean up, get the neighborhoods back in working order quicker. I don't think there would be an impact whatsoever.
But let me just clarify. So if the tree's already on the ground, can any contractor come and remove it?
Yes, at that point, it's not over 20 feet.
So you don't, it isn't required to have a tree license expert. It's only if it's over 20 feet tall and standing.
Sure.
So damaged trees that are still standing would still require a licensed tree expert.
Okay, and then, so I guess just as a follow-up then, in that scenario, because I can picture where a tree might be sort of half-topped or something like that. How does that functionally work? If say, power companies or whatever are bringing in large amounts of folks from out of state to handle that kind of cleanup, how would that functionally work with this bill?
Go ahead.
Utility companies currently employ licensed tree experts as well as licensed trees, arborists on their staffs and foresters. Then when they bring in the outside help to assist in storm cleanup, they currently fall under the supervision of those arborists, licensed tree experts, foresters.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I was getting at. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let me follow up a little bit there. So basically, you're saying that if there is an emergency situation under the current licensure, a licensed tree expert can be, it's appropriate to be on the site and supervising 4 or 5 other people as they're under the instructions of the tree expert. Is that a common practice that happens?
Yeah, with the utility companies, yes. A small business such as myself, I currently employ 3 licensed tree experts, myself, my daughter, and my wife.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not on every job. I cannot be on every job. We've had other licensed tree experts, of course, they
Okay.
move on. But no, we can't be on every job, but all of my employees are trained, are documented training, and fall under my licensing, my supervision, as
Okay.
well as my staff.
So you or your staff is actively supervising people who may not be tree experts, but they're employees of your company. That's a
That
practice.
is correct, sir.
Okay. I don't see any more questions for the sponsor and your witness. We do have one person signed up in opposition, Danielle Bauer Faras. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Or Daniel.
No, neither. Daniel was supposed to sign me up,
Oh, I see.
Paul Wolf.
Well, yes, absolutely. I'm just going by the list here. Okay, welcome to the committee, sir. Give us your name again, and then you have 2 minutes.
My name is Paul Wolf. I'm a licensed tree expert and have been since 1977. I've been past president of the Maryland Arborist Association. I'm a past president of the Tree Care Industry Association, an association that represents 2,000 companies throughout the United States. I'm also a resident of District 17. Just thought I'd throw that out just to see. As written, this bill would immediately invalidate the license of the 4 largest tree companies in the state of Maryland. It says, a person may not engage in the work of the treatment, care, or removal of trees for compensation under a tree expert's license unless the person is employed by the licensed tree expert. Meaning that the owner of companies that are working in Maryland right now who their president is not here in Maryland right now, that person would have to become a licensed tree expert. So they would be out of business. As to your question earlier about people coming in from out of state and being able to work under the license in an emergency situation, this says in the bill that they may not hire those people to do that because those people are not employed by the licensed tree expert. So in the event of an emergency, this says that no, companies may not hire crews from out of state in order to perform the work. In addition, should an owner of a small tree care company die, and he's the only person on that staff who is licensed, this is saying that company immediately has to go out of business. There's no way that they can continue to be in business.
Okay, let me, if you don't mind, I have a question. So basically what you're saying is that you feel that it should be legal for a licensed tree expert such as yourself to be able to contract labor and supervise it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because the work is being performed by others who may not be licensed, but I'm the one as the licensed tree expert who is responsible for that work.
Okay.
They're working under my license.
So, okay, so you definitely are opposed to the practice that's being alleged of some people renting out their license and not supervising the work. You're opposed to that?
It's illegal.
Okay.
To do that as it is, and the department is going after that company, from what I understand, who is doing that.
And could you give us the spelling of your last name?
WOLFE.
F-E, okay. Yes, okay, any questions? I thought I saw a light lit up here. Oh, okay, great. Delegate Schmidt.
Yep, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Wolf. Can you explain the 4 companies in your example, the 4 largest companies? Can you help elaborate on that so we can understand that?
The Asplin Tree Expert Company, that's the largest line clearance firm in Maryland, the Bartlett Tree Expert Company out of Stamford, Connecticut, the Davy Tree Expert Company, which is employee-owned. So I don't know how that would work, but they're employee-owned out of Ohio, and Save a Tree Company based in Bedford, New York. All of whom, by the way, have licensed tree experts on their staff here in Maryland, and hundreds of them, by the way, but the provision in this law says that they have to be employed by the licensed tree expert, and the owners of these companies are not licensed tree experts. They're businessmen. They're not licensed tree. They know the business of caring for trees, but they're not the ones who are actually doing it.
Sure, that makes sense. Yep, thank you for elaborating on that.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, any further questions for this witness? Yes, Delegate Lehman. Would you push that button, Schmidt? There we go. Until
Sorry, in judiciary, we are not allowed to.
well, they're not allowed to push the buttons in this committee. Delegate Lehman.
So I'd just like to ask the opponent, what about this issue of transferability, though? Do you have a view of that? Do you concede that that's a problem, or do you not think it's a problem?
I'm sorry, transferability?
Of someone with a license to be able to have someone else, not even associated, it sounds like with that same company, to be able to work under it.
Well,
If
if, for instance, I take over, if for instance, a friend dies, and they ask me to be the licensed tree expert for that company, all right, in the transition for the widow between when she can sell the company or the company can get their own licensed tree expert on board, I'm happy to do that. It's a humanitarian thing. I'm happy to lend my expertise. I'm still the one responsible, okay? I'm putting my neck out there because if something goes wrong, I'm the one whose license is at fault here, or is at risk.
All right, but under your hypothetical situation, do you have any training or expertise
I'm
in?
a
As a
licensed
tree-
tree expert. I'm a licensed tree expert and have been for 45 years.
Okay.
And my degree is from Michigan State, if that means anything.
Okay, so in your example, only somebody that already is a licensed tree expert should be able to temporarily take over a situation like you described, the hypothetical, the owner of the company dies.
As a licensed tree expert, I should be able to help others who may not be at the time licensed tree experts in performing their work.
Okay, I guess I'm not clear on whether this is around people that are physically present, not present, the extension of this license to someone that may or may not be, under direct supervision. Maybe I'm missing the point of what the bill is trying to do.
If the bill requires the direct supervision of a licensed tree expert on the site, it would prevent me as a company who I'm the only person on site. For instance, to take my Boy Scout troop to Philmont, New Mexico. I would have to close my company down while I'm away for 2 weeks because I'm not there physically to supervise the job or attend my daughter's wedding or whatever. If I, as the licensed tree expert, have to be on the job site every minute of the job, that's impossible to do, nor is it practical to do. I'm still responsible, but, I'm here today. Crews could be working somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how to get at that, Mr. Chair, unless we have the bill sponsor and proponents
No,
address it
I
as well.
think that'll all be settled in the subcommittee, so, yeah. Okay, any further questions for the opponent to the bill? Seeing none, thank you very much. That
Thank
ends
you.
the public hearing on House Bill 612. Let's proceed to House Bill 602. Delegate Stein. Can I bring up my panel? Please do. Please do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein on behalf of House Bill 602. This bill encourages the creation of living shorelines, which prevent erosion and hold up better in severe weather than riprap and bulkheads. And actually, I will just scoot down one seat so I can be next to my panelists. When waterfront property owners want to protect their shorelines against erosion, state law says that they're to use living or non-structural stabilization methods, such as marsh creation. Well, we've allowed MDE to allow waivers to property owners to use structural measures. As a result, much of Maryland's shoreline erosion protection is still done by riprap and bulkheads. And you probably have seen them on, shorelines, basically sort of walls and or, stones that are, right on the edge. But the problem with riprap and bulkheads is that they will do more harm than good as sea levels rise. For example, storm surge can overwhelm them and cause more flooding. By contrast, living shorelines are better at providing protection against storm surge and sea level rise. They incorporate vegetation and living materials along with natural structures such as rock sills or oyster reefs. And they also provide habitat for a lot of marine life. So this bill encourages living shorelines in a number of ways. It makes using living shoreline methods the preferred method for preventing erosion. Waivers under the bill can only be made if a property is located in an area designated by MDE as inappropriate for shoreline preservation or if non-structural stabilization methods are insufficient to protect structures on an owner's property. Second, the bill directs MDE and DNR to map and identify priority shoreline restoration zones where conditions exist that degrade the resilience of the land and the habitat and wildlife connection between land and water. And finally, the bill creates a coastal resilience and living shoreline restoration account to be used for grants for replacing bulkheads and riprap with living shorelines. So for all these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I encourage a favorable report. We need to do more for environmental protection of shoreline owners to do more with respect to living shorelines as opposed to riprap, bulkheads, other structural forms of stabilization. Thank you.
Okay, Doug, would you like to go first, or?
If I could.
Oh, go ahead. All right, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Stegman on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We have a very short PowerPoint presentation with illustrations, and I will go through it very, very quickly. Members of the committee, you should have a copy of this as well with the material that we submitted for our testimony. So Delegate Stein already explained what the bill does. And living shorelines are part of a sort of a continuum of different erosion control methods that property owners can use. As Delegate Stein mentioned, the living shorelines have tremendous environmental resiliency, climate change resiliency, and benefits for wildlife habitat. And they are much preferred, and that is why the current state law prioritizes them. This gives you an example of some of the elements of a living shoreline project, what those would include. One of the things that our sponsor just touched on, hardening shorelines remains very prevalent in Maryland. You can see in some counties, especially those that are more developed or have industrial water uses there, Baltimore City is close to 75% of the shoreline is armored. Here in Anne Arundel County, it's it's over 40%. So this is something that is increasing, and as we continue to see the impacts of climate change, a lot of those structural elements are poised to fail. There are ecological and species benefits. I think Doug's going to touch on those more during his remarks, and it sounds like from what the chairman said at the top that it may be a very long time before any of the folks in this room go home, but if you do, As you pass St. John's College on Roe Boulevard, you can actually see a project that, an example of a living shoreline project that CBF helped do a number of years ago.
Good afternoon, Chair, and members of the committee, Vice Chair. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I have background in both marine biology and environmental science, and have worked with and co-authored some publications both on the effects of bulkhead and hard armoring, as well as the benefits of living shorelines in Maryland and in Texas and in Washington State over about a 30-year period. The biggest take-home message about hard armoring is it basically reflects the wave energy, which scours the sediment in front of it or seaward of it, and that has the tendency to lower the beach and eventually eliminate the beach. And so any of the benefits of the intertidal zone for species disappears with that. What also disappears with that is the public beach. So in a lot of cases in the shoreline, the part of the shoreline that is owned by all of us as citizen Maryland under the public trust is that area below the mean high water line or the daily intertidal zone, and that basically disappears in a hard armoring circumstance. We have been working with the department and learning from them. They've been doing some studies of the waivers that they've granted, and has been a trend in living shoreline waivers over the last couple years. Our written testimony, as you saw from the graph that was on there, has those hardened shorelines by county and the number of miles of shoreline and the percent for each county. Living shorelines allow wave run-up and dissipation, which is really important. Instead of that wave reflection that you get with a bulkhead or a riprap, it allows for not just seasonal and daily changes in water level, but it allows for sea level rise to occur without losing those intertidal zones. It's a necessary process for carbon sequestration as well, because tidal shorelines do that. Virginia Institute of Marine Science study says that 10% increase in armoring results in a 4% decline in crab populations. That should be enough for us to designate shoreline restoration zones. Thank you for your time.
Okay, is Dominic Butchko back there? Why don't you come up, you guys stay there, and we will then proceed to questions.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I would really like to echo some of the things that my colleagues said here today. And I just want to say, it's a good bill when CBF and MACO are both in agreement. Maryland right now, we have, I think, the third largest amount of coastline in the nation, and yet we're not doing enough to invest in that coastline, something that's so critical to our culture and our economy. We understand that there is a fund set up, and that is a great first step, but we do urge the committee to actually fund that fund. And otherwise, MACO urges favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, we have a number of questions. First one goes to Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you so much for bringing this bill forward. As you probably know, I have a jurisdiction which is a lot of coastline, pretty much all coastline in Peninsula County. But just curious, do these living shorelines ever fail or get washed away? Just wondering.
If you don't mind, Delegate, I'll have to defer to the experts.
Yeah, actually the Virginia Institute of Marine Science study I mentioned looked at 500 different shoreline segments in both Maryland and Virginia, and in almost all cases, the living shorelines were able to hold up better to changes in water level than an armored shoreline, because they do allow for different water levels to kind of penetrate and run up and dissipate the waves. As with any construction project, there's the potential for failure if it's not constructed right. And so, yes, there's probably, if there's a per linear foot cost increase for living shorelines over armoring, it's because they may need to be adaptively managed over time if they're not constructed appropriately.
Mr. Chair, may I get one more bite of the apple? So you mentioned cost, just curious referencing, so is it more expensive for homeowners?
It's one of those things that it's amortized over the life. So if your project is lasting longer because it costs a little more upfront, that's pretty much the case if you compare the linear foot cost of bulkheading versus living shorelines.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Doug, probably you'd be best to answer my question, or anyone up there, but as you know, in my district, I have an enormous amount of shoreline, and it's on receives all the northwest predominant winter winds that just have taken so much land. I mean, in my lifetime, I've seen more than a quarter mile gone off the area going down towards Eastern Neck Island and Hunting Field area. So in those cases, when you agree that the armored shoreline would be better for that, where you get that constant pounding, or are you saying that with this bill, that would not be the case any longer? That, because, I mean, you can go north in my district, you can go south, all the way up and down the whole bay. We have the high banks that are eroded, enormous erosion.
Yeah, so
in that whole
actually,
area.
Delegate Jacobs, that's an excellent question. I want to, as a point of clarification, we're not saying the current law doesn't say the changes that are proposed in this law don't say that there are never circumstances, that there are not, perhaps many circumstances where it is appropriate to do shoreline armoring. What exists right now is what is in our view maybe a little bit too permissive of a waiver process, but there is a waiver process. This to request shoreline armoring. This bill preserves that, and where that is appropriate, it would still be permitted.
So under this bill, Delegate Stein, I guess, that type of kind of special shoreline protection would still be able to be done with armored protection. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, that's my understanding, Delegate. On page 3 of the bill, lines 8 through 13 lists criteria that the department under the bill should take into account in allowing a waiver of, for the living shoreline requirement. So I believe that would include the type of situation you're describing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm at the opposite end of the state from Jacobs. So I have St. Mary's down towards the very end. And what we've witnessed over the years is we've tried the living shoreline application. And when those storms come up the Potomac, they haven't lasted very long. And then as a result, the homeowners or somebody have to go back in and reapply. And you talked about the cost. The low end, I did some homework, is about $450 to $500 a foot. And the upper end is $850 to $950 a foot to put the living shoreline in. So how's a homeowner, if he can get the revetment in there, supposed to pay and then reapply for permits to put a living shoreline in if the living shoreline gets wiped out in a storm? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We're trying to figure out how to answer your question.
We can defer till later.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to follow up about issues, specific to your district. After the hearing, I think, as Doug said earlier, generally speaking, living shorelines, that there is often a little bit of a greater upfront cost, but if they are well constructed, they actually become more resilient over time. And again, we can, are happy to.
And if I can follow up, yeah, and I look at your chart, and it talks about where the hardening is taking place the greatest: Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, and then it's like then the rural areas, particularly, I look at Talbot, St. Mary's, Somerset, Queen Anne's. They're way down there, so you have a lot of private home ownership down there versus state ownership. And if I look at, I also have the Patuxent Naval Air Station on my side, which has got miles of shoreline, and they did the entire thing with revetment.
So again, the current state law does preference living shorelines. So the presumption in law right now is that if you are doing a shoreline stabilization, it will incorporate living shoreline elements. This bill is not intended to create something wholly new. We want to clarify the criteria and tighten up some of the criteria for the waiver process. So again, there are places where hardened shorelines are appropriate, and they are going in. That will continue to be the case under this bill. And again, we're really trying to
Thank you, thank you.
tighten up what's already in law.
And if I could just do a quick follow-up, I'm sorry to hear about the situation in your district, delegate with the living shorelines, but just from, like, just reading this article from NOAA about living shorelines says evidence shows that during major storms, a living natural shoreline performs better than a hardened shoreline. So it's not to say that in all situations that's the case. It sounds like in your district, maybe the reverse happens. But in most cases, living shorelines are better at being able to resist storm surge, sea level rise, and of course, all the other environmental benefits and marine life benefits.
Thank you. Yes, sir, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegates and others of the panel here, I represent Eastern Baltimore County, so we've got a lot of waterfront in my community. My experience with living shorelines in my district is that often they become very quickly overrun with invasive species, Phragmites, things like that. What would we do with this bill or in the future to address that? Because those do not perform as well as natural living shorelines and can cause significant issues inside of communities where they have been overrun.
Yeah, Phragmites is one of those difficult issues. It is a non-native species. Unfortunately, it's also really good at trapping sediments and adding elevation. So in disturbed areas, it's going to be almost impossible to keep Phragmites from moving in. It is part of the living shoreline definition just says vegetation. It doesn't distinguish native vegetation. Certainly you would prefer native vegetation, and the plantings that are put in there are generally native vegetation. And so long as they're able to keep pace with sea level rise, that works well. The Phragmites seed base is kind of everywhere, especially in your district, and it would be impossible to keep it out forever. But I will say, big debate going on within the ecological community when you're faced with the wildlife values of native vegetation versus the sea level rise resiliency. The Phragmites actually does better at keeping pace with sea level rise. So it's one of those conundrums we're dealing with in the ecological community to should we manage the Phragmites if it actually does a better job of keeping pace with sea level rise. So in itself, just the existence of Phragmites doesn't mean the Living Shoreline Project is failing. It's just being adapted to that particular area where the Phragmites is really prevalent.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question. The fiscal note indicates that general fund expenditures could increase by several millions of dollars. Do you care to comment on that?
Yes, thank you. That is a wonderful question, Mr. Chair. So we addressed this when the cross-file for this bill was heard over in the Senate. Senator Elfreth's office reached out to DLS to inquire where that information came from, and what we found out, and this may be relevant for some of the other bills that you have in this committee and that some of your members find very important, that if you create a funding source and do not explicitly put an appropriation in it, DLS will ask the agency, well, if you were to do this, how much could it potentially cost? And they will use that information. So the bill, as drafted, as introduced, it creates the fund. It does not specify any specific appropriation. We're hopeful that some of the, in the future, some of the programs that exist already that would support living shoreline work can be diverted into the fund for that purpose.
Well, like what? What funds?
There is the, gosh, what's it? It's in DNR. Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's the Water Quality Revolving Loan Fund. Its acronym is SRF, which is used for a number of water restoration, clean water projects, which could be potentially a source for at least some of the funding here.
Okay. Delegate Lehman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had some related questions about the recommended appropriation, but you, for right now, don't have one. Is that right?
Yes, Delegate, that's correct.
Okay. How big is that existing tidal wetlands compensation fund, and where does the money come from for that? Excuse me, for that fund? Is that general fund revenues, or how is that? What goes into that fund?
Let's see. Delegate, just reading from the fiscal note, sorry I don't have any other information. Page 3 at the top says that Tidal Wetlands Compensation Fund is a special fund that consists of penalty revenues imposed under Title 16 of the Environment Article, and any payments made in lieu of creating, restoring, or enhancing tidal wetlands. Doesn't specify how big that fund is right now.
Okay.
We can follow up with your, with you and make sure that.
Yeah,
we get
that would
information to
be,
you.
that would be useful to know, in terms of where the money comes from, how big is that fund? And so this would create a fund within that fund, is that right? So it would come under it but be separate?
Yeah, it would create an account within that fund. I think what our hope was, in the past, there have been some, creative partnerships between some of our state agencies, entities like the Chesapeake Bay Trust, other funding sources to kind of leverage various pots of money. We wanted to create a place where those kind of partnerships could happen.
Okay. And then my last question is about the priority, the preference for these grants being for replacement of structural shoreline stabilization measures with non-structural shoreline stabilization measures. But I couldn't find anywhere in here a description of what would fall under what is non-structural versus structural. So that's one question. But secondly, did I read this right, that there is still a waiver process within this, or there would be, if someone can demonstrate, look, there's no way I can do something non-structural to improve the shoreline or protect my property. Is that right?
Yes, if I can take that last part first, yes, there is an existing waiver process. There will continue to be a waiver process.
Okay.
And then as far as the structural versus non-structural, the structural would be things like bulkheads and riprap, and the non-structural would be living shorelines. And so our best science says that's what you get your best bang for the buck, both in resiliency of the shoreline and in fish and wildlife values, is replacing bulkheads and armoring with living shorelines.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Explain to me again why a living shoreline is better than riprap or bulkheads. Explain that to me again. I think I must have phased out when you explained it the first
Specifically under the auspices of sea level rise, a living shoreline, because of its structure, basically built within the slope of the shoreline, the offshore breakwater structure, the rock part, generally dissipates the wave energy by chopping the bottom off of it, making the wave less severe. Then those things have holes in them that allow the water through to then run up and dissipate onto the shoreline, usually through a beach or a marsh. So that system is much more resilient to changes in water level, whether it be a storm that happens on Tuesday or the sea levels we're going to see 50 years from now. All of those things allow for that kind of impermeable membrane type of action along the shoreline. A bulkhead that's vertical is going to just smash the waves against it and carve all that sediment away from the front. And eventually the bulkhead just generally fails and falls forward. So each of those systems is going to have different kinds of maintenance costs. In general, if you would have a big storm for a living shoreline, you might have to replace some vegetation that washes out. With the bulkhead, you're going to have to replace the entire thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. There are no further questions. We do have a person who's signed up favorable with amendments, L. Bassett. So, L, if you could come forward and tell us what your amendment is, and we'll entertain questions. Oh, also, Ann Richards is favorable with amendments, and then we'll go to Judith Fulton, who is virtual. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Ellie Bassett, spelled like L, but pronounced like Ellie. Sorry about that. So I am your Southwest Road Riverkeeper. I work for an organization called Arundel Rivers Federation, which works to protect the southwestern road rivers right here in Anne Arundel County. Most of my testimony today is me too. We are very supportive of this bill. I'll add, in addition to what Mr. Myers mentioned, there are other co-benefits to living shorelines other than just resiliency. They're fantastic for water quality. They uptake nutrients, they stop sediment from entering our waterways, and they provide really great habitat for both aquatic and terrestrial and waterfowl animals. So just to add those additional co-benefits. So thank you to the sponsor for bringing the important bill. Again, we are very supportive. I do want to suggest a few amendments that will make it easier for property owners to replace hardened shorelines following a natural disaster. Oftentimes, the best opportunity to replace a shoreline structure is when an old structure has failed. But due to the long permitting process and lack of funding for quick replacements and existing law and practices, it's often easier to replace that hardened shoreline, such as a bulkhead, with a bulkhead again. This is exactly what happened in Anne Arundel County following a high tide event in October 2021. Many property owners reported severe damage to their shoreline structures. Particularly, we see dirt slipping under bulkhead is common when we have high storm events or high tides. So we suggested specific language that would quicken the permitting process and open this opportunity to those looking to replace that armored shoreline in a more expedient fashion. So those amendments are in my written testimony, which was submitted online. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your consideration and hope you consider these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Barve and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support with amendments for HB 602. My name is Annie Richards. I'm the Chester Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers on Maryland's eastern shore, which is experiencing more acutely than any other region of Maryland an accelerated rate of erosion from the pressures of sea level rise and land subsidence. For the riverkeepers at Shore Rivers, shoreline erosion is one of the most common reasons a community member reaches out for consultation from a riverkeeper. Whenever appropriate, we recommend implementing a living shoreline and provide information, resources, as well as designers who can help the homeowner through the process. HB 602 requires an assessment to identify where living shorelines can be installed and opens funding to convert degraded hardened shorelines into living shorelines. This priority restoration mapping will be an important resource to the riverkeepers as we continue outreach to waterfront homeowners with erosion challenges. Unfortunately, costs of living shorelines are incredibly high and variable due to fuel prices, as well as the labor required to walk a project through a lengthy permitting process. As a result, many homeowners might seek waivers to implement armored shorelines or do nothing at all. This bill will curb the widespread issuance of waivers to the existing living shorelines law and protect critical underwater habitat for estuarine life. Shore Rivers does recommend amending the restrictions on grant funding within this bill. Any property identified within the priority restoration area, regardless of armored status or not, should be eligible to apply for landowner assistance funding. This will incentivize more residents to make the right choice to implement a living shoreline and reduce the likelihood of a resident taking no action at all due to cost barriers. Proper shoreline restoration is essential for protecting against erosion and sea level rise, sustaining important intertidal habitat like marshland and submerged aquatic vegetation, as well as filtering nitrogen and phosphorus pollutants coming into our waterways. So thank you for your consideration, and we hope you adopt a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have joining us virtually Judith Fulton with Maryland, the Maryland Native Plant Society. Judith, are you with us? Is Judith Fulton with us? She is, okay. And there she is. Okay, Judy, welcome to the committee. You have two minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Judy Fulton speaking on behalf of the Maryland Native Plant Society. We support House Bill 602 with an amendment. We're a nonprofit with over 2,000 very active members making a difference in Maryland for 30 years. HB 602 can protect property owners while helping the environment. So to strengthen this excellent bill, we propose living features be clarified to specify Maryland native plants and animals. Besides the advantages of living versus hardened shorelines already discussed, there are a number of other important benefits. Wetlands improve the bay's health by filtering contaminants and by reducing soil and stormwater flowing into estuaries. Shoreline restoration serve as nurseries and adult habitat for plants and animals. Increasing native wetlands can result in more sustainable and economically viable fisheries. Also, living native landscapes can increase populations of birds, fish, and other animals, thereby enhancing recreational opportunities. Using native species is key because they evolved together over millennia to create resilient, self-sustaining ecosystems. In contrast, non-natives, especially invasives, can cause harm by disrupting the environment without providing adequate food for land and aquatic animals. For example, over 9% of the native pollinators are dependent on a single native plant species to reproduce and survive, and non-native plants do not work as substitutes. Our wetlands also play a significant role in conserving biodiversity, which is vital to human health and food supplies. According to a 2023 scientific report, 1/3 of U.S. plant species may go extinct. Healthy habitats require diversity to sustain themselves, but over 40% of our ecosystems are at risk of collapse. By increasing resilient native habitats along the bay and its estuaries, we can sustain native plants and wildlife, along with the health of the state's human population. The Maryland Native Plant Society respectfully urges a favorable report with amendment on HB 602. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. First goes to Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had just mentioned in your statement something referred to as a priority shoreline restoration zone. And going back to the sponsor, it says DNR is going to establish this. Will there be any input coming from the counties as to where these are? Are they just going to be imposed by DNR? You probably can't answer that. We could have that discussion later.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great. I could follow up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much. I actually wanted to, whether this panel or the sponsor can answer MDE's letter regarding them essentially stating that they're currently making changes, studying the issue, and evaluating their Living Shoreline Act. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to consult with MDE
Oh, I'm sorry.
beforehand, but we will be after the bill hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, that appears to be it for questions. There are no opponents signed up, so that ends the public hearing for House Bill 602. Let's proceed to House Bill 631, also Delegate Stein. And I presume you've got a panel on that one too, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Come on down. You're the next contestants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein. While the previous bill dealt with shorelines and erosion, this bill focuses on land, specifically open space. And we call the bill the Maryland the Beautiful Act, and it is intended to advance our efforts to protect open space. And it is similar to a bill that Delegate Eric Lukey had introduced last year. Now, we all know that the state has already a strong commitment to conservation and to land preservation. We have many forests, parks, farms that have been permanently protected. But there is a growing call to increase conservation efforts so that we can provide more space for community enjoyment, protect wildlife habitat, and offset the impacts of climate change. So what this bill would do are a few things. First, it sets a goal for Maryland to conserve 30% of the state's land as open space by 2030, and then at least 40% by 2040. And these are goals that would provide further guidance to our conservation efforts, especially through program open space. I should note that we're already very close to the 30% goal, which again, the bill says should be attained by 2030. It's important to note that these goals are achieved voluntarily. There is no mandate for a particular county or sector to preserve a certain percentage of their land as open space. It is voluntary conservation, which has always been the hallmark of Maryland and which would continue to be the hallmark under this bill. We worked at, land conservationists, state agencies, nonprofits work together with landowners and communities to identify lands that are suitable for conservation. But the bill also includes several provisions to help drive progress towards these goals, these land preservation goals. In particular, it would help land trusts, which are locally based and work in communities to preserve forest land and farmland. Many of these land trusts, and you'll be hearing from at least a couple in a little bit, They're small nonprofits with limited resources. They have a harder time working in the competitive real estate market. Even when a landowner wants to conserve their land, it can be challenging for land trusts to come up with the funds necessary to purchase and conserve the property, at least along the timeline of the landowner which wants to sell. So this bill would create a revolving loan fund to provide our local land trusts another source of capital. And with this source of capital, that would give land trusts more of a fighting chance to work with landowners who are interested in conserving their land but cannot wait forever. The bill also helps land trusts with their education and stewardship efforts, and in particular, it would provide funding to the Maryland Environmental Trust to distribute land stewardship capacity and improvement grants to land trusts across the state. And there would also be citizen stewardship grants for nonprofits, community organizations, schools, and other groups to engage people, especially young people, in environmental education and stewardship. So with that, Mr. Chairman, urge a favorable report and like to continue with the witness testimony.
Okay, who'd like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, give us your name and please proceed. Welcome to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair Barve, committee members, Delegate Stein. My name is John Turgeon. I'm Director of Maryland Environmental Trust, or MET as we're more commonly referred to. We're a land conservation unit within the Maryland DNR, and we prepared a bill report for HB 631 on behalf of the DNR. It is a letter of information and contains proposed amendments to the bill. I met with Delegate Stein last week to talk about the bill provisions, and I let him know that we would propose amendments to it for your consideration. The bill would establish two new significant programs to be administered by MET, the revolving loan fund for land trusts, and the 40x40 implementation grant. And HB 631 would also provide additional and much welcome state funding for MET's existing Keep Maryland Beautiful grants program. That's the citizen stewardship grants that Delegate Stein referred to. And I believe the amendments that MET proposes will greatly help us successfully administer these programs, which we think could have a very significant beneficial impact. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's go to the next. Who'd like to go next? Josh? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, my name is Josh Tolkien with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report. Land protection and preservation is in Sierra Club's lifeblood, going back to our founding in 1890 and John Muir and the creation of the National Park System in Maryland. We've been part of advocating for the wildland system, parks, and the Forest Conservation Act. This legislation takes a different and very, very important tack, which is how to empower local nonprofit organizations and the departments to organize around a coordinated goal and to really facilitate and empower private investment and land trust to fulfill that aspect. I was taught early on in my political work, it's not a goal if it's not written down. We need an overarching goal for land preservation in Maryland in order to marshal the necessary resources and planning of all of our agencies and the coordination towards a central goal. This puts us in alignment with both national and international goals. This is part of a movement. It also, the creation of the financial mechanisms, really importantly, will put tools into the hands of incredibly motivated land preservation and land trust organizations who have more expertise than me, and they'll speak later. But as a policy mechanism, this is a multiplier benefit. The money that you put into these funds enables and empowers local land trusts to be more strategic, to take advantage of the opportunity to buy private property. And if you take a look at the bill itself, you'll see that this layers a lot of really important state strategies, from the preservation of land that will protect our climate, to historic areas, to ecologically protected and valuable areas. The focus on climate will align us with the potential for federal funding. Overall, this is a very, very smart piece of legislation that does a lot with a little bit. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Give us your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Niebel. I'm the Executive Director of Scenic Rivers Land Trust, and our mission is to protect the natural and scenic lands within Anne Arundel County, and of course, we support this bill. This bill does many good things, as mentioned, but I'm just going to speak specifically to the revolving loan aspect due to time. So this $10 million revolving loan program will allow land trusts to access funds in the nick of time to save imperiled and important properties. Sadly, land trusts witness precious properties slip through our fingers because we can't get the grant funding fast enough. Often, grant funding takes 2 to 4 years to obtain, which is far too long when a property is already for sale on the open market. For example, in 2020, a 45-acre forested property became available for sale that was on our top 100 list of the most important properties to conserve in Anne Arundel County. The landowners were only willing to wait a year for us to raise the funds and purchase the property. Unfortunately, $2.7 million was difficult for a very small 3-staff person nonprofit to raise in that short amount of time. The developers now have a contract, the landowners now have a contract with the developer, and they recently submitted a subdivision application to build 40 homes. To give another recent example, one of our top 10 most important properties to conserve in the county was listed for sale in 2019, 132 acres for $3 million. Thankfully, the landowners were willing to work with us to sell a conservation easement. In 2023, we are close to finalizing that $2 million easement. If a landowner in a similar situation was not able or willing to wait 4 years for a conservation easement to be sold, we would need millions of dollars readily available to quickly purchase the property and continue the conservation process with our conservation easement funding source. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I hope you support this bill.
Okay, we have a number of other individuals who want to testify in favor: Reed Perry, Ann Jones, Dominic Butchko. So why don't we hear from all of you, and then we will entertain questions, and then we do have one individual who signed up in opposition. Who'd like to go first?
I can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Barbe, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee. My name is Reed Perry, and I'm here on behalf of Chesapeake Conservancy, a Chesapeake Bay watershed-wide conservation nonprofit, and we are here to advocate in strong support of the Maryland the Beautiful Act, House Bill 631. I'm sure all the members of the committee know that the Chesapeake Bay is the largest estuary in the United States, one of the largest in the world. All of you are familiar with the Bay as a resource. What you might not know is that the Chesapeake Bay, which has a coastline of more than 11,600 miles, has the largest land-to-water ratio of any coastal body of water in the world. That's why what happens on land is so important for the health of the Chesapeake Bay, and that is why land conservation is a key outcome in the Chesapeake Bay Watershed Agreement. By conserving forests and wetlands, we are permanently protecting the green infrastructure that will protect the health of the Chesapeake Bay over the long term. These conservation investments are permanent investments in the long-term health of the Chesapeake Bay and its watershed. In many cases, conservation projects also provide greater public access, either to nature or the Chesapeake Bay or its tributaries, which helps to meet another key outcome in the Watershed Agreement. Now, Maryland has certainly been a leader when it comes to land conservation, and thanks to investments through program open space, many natural areas have been permanently protected. However, we know that our region continues to grow and develop, and that will have a direct impact on the health of the Bay and its watershed. So setting a statewide conservation goal and helping to empower the organizations working so hard to advance this goal will help to ensure that Maryland continues to invest in conservation, which are also investments in the long-term health of the Bay and the watershed. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. My name is Ann Jones, and I'm here today on behalf of the Forever Maryland Foundation. Forever Maryland is a group nonprofit that represents the 36 local and state land trusts that operate within the state of Maryland. And in case you don't know, local land trusts are kind of the boots on the ground. They're the people that know the people. They're from the community, they know their residents, they know their neighbors, and they are the ones who have been tremendous partners to the state in making sure that the land preservation goals are met. They work in urban areas, they work in rural areas, they are there is not a county in the state that is not represented by a local land trust. But they are small nonprofits, and they set out, they are important because they do have that relationship with their people next door, but they need the resources. And this bill does that. It provides funding both for the ongoing monitoring and stewardship. This is in perpetuity when we accept these easements. And people look at me and says, what's perpetuity? Does perpetuity really exist? I say, let's go about 230, 240 years, because that's as long as my family's been on their farm in Howard County. So, you know, I can look back that far. So perpetuity is certainly serious. It's certainly as long as anybody in this room is going to be around. And providing some additional resources to land trusts to be able to properly steward and take care of the lands that they are a holder of the easement of, they are taking care of what the state has invested in them, is a very important step. And we encourage you to support the bill, and thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I just want to open up by noting that today is a historic day. Not only did MACO team up with CBF, but now we also teamed up with the Sierra Club on a bill. Clearly, you know it's a good bill. So land conservation is incredibly important for the life proposition in Maryland. We want to have sustainable, livable, and healthy communities, and this bill seeks to do just that. While these funds don't directly go to counties, land trusts are really important partners for what counties try to do, especially when it comes to parks and preservation programs. In short, this is a good bill, and counties urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. First question goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask the lady talking about the land trusts and how they, if you could talk a little bit about how they work, exactly what they do to preserve the land, and especially in urban versus rural areas.
The fundamental way that a land trust works is going to be the same whether it's in an urban or a rural area. It is a nonprofit that has been designated when they go for their nonprofit status at the IRS. One of the things they say they're going to do typically is hold a conservation easement. And that means that they can accept the conservation easement, they can hold that easement, and they make sure that they will steward that easement over the life of the easement.
And that's what I want to understand about the stewarding of it. Does that mean, like, you go in and you make sure that invasive species don't grow there, or that you do, weeding or keeping trash out of it, or all that kind of thing?
That's where there's a little different, perhaps, between the urban and the rural dimension. Sometimes in a more urban area, it's a smaller easement, and they may actually be going in and they may actually own the property, or they may be actually looking at that invasive control. In a more rural area, typically, what you were doing is making sure that the terms of the deed of easement are met, so that there aren't additional homes there, unrelated commercial uses. They do typically require a soil conservation plan if it's a more rural area, so you'd be going in to make sure that is under place, or a forest management plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to the opponent of the bill, Lori Graff. Lori, you out there? Well, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 631 then. Thank you, one and all. Let's proceed to House Bill 609, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, distinguished colleagues of this committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, and I'm here to present for your consideration House Bill 609. This was a bill that was entered at the request of Baltimore City. While it's a statewide bill, in impact, it has been conceived and considered with the collaboration of jurisdictions across the state and with those stakeholders impacted by its provisions. I will just give you a high overview of what this bill seeks to accomplish, and then allow the rest of the panel, particularly those representatives from the city and beyond, to give additional details. Beginning, this bill does two important things. As many of you may be familiar, we do have a Maryland Recycling Act that requires jurisdictions to have a sense of those items that are being committed to recycling. And as you know, there have been various bills over the past several years that have tried to improve the assessing of what constitutes that waste that's being included in that stream. I know that there have been efforts to require apartment buildings or other buildings that receive waste to be a part of reporting out, the amounts. That has proven to be troublesome. So this bill seeks to take out the middleman and have the waste haulers themselves provide an accurate depiction of the matter that they are disposing of, so that it will improve the data veracity of the commitments the jurisdictions have under the Maryland Recycling Act. And we feel like this is important because I think a theme that your committee often appreciates is we can make better informed policy decisions when we have better data undergirding our awareness of a problem and the shape and scope of the problem. So we do hope that your committee will give careful consideration for House Bill 609. And at this time, I would like to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the panel, particularly led by Director of Government Relations, Nina Thimlis, to give additional remarks. Thank you so much, and I do hope to receive a favorable report for House Bill 609.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nina Themlis, and I'm Director of the Mayor's Office of Government Relations, here to testify on behalf of the Baltimore City Administration in support of House Bill 609. First, I'd like to thank Delegate Smith for introducing the legislation on our behalf and for her ongoing commitment to sustainability and waste-related efforts. As the delegate said, this bill is basically trying to do two small things. We want to be able to have the data that is collected by the haulers to be directly reported to the jurisdictions instead of handing that data over to the recycling and waste facilities to then be handed over to the jurisdiction. We think this will streamline the process and better improve the data that we're collecting. So Montgomery County is a county that already has local legislation in place that does pretty much what our bill is looking to do. They passed a regulation in 2013, and they now have one of the highest recycling rates in the state. So that is an excellent example of the importance of having this data come directly from the haulers themselves. Their penalties are a little bit higher than ours, and they also require the frequency of reporting to be a little bit more stringent than ours, so they are a little bit different than what this bill is requiring. So currently, each county must submit to the Maryland Department of the Environment an annual Maryland Recycling Act tonnage reporting survey, which details the quantity and materials generated in the public and private sectors that are recycled and diverted from the solid waste stream each year. The amount of public and private waste generated within or brought into a county is the baseline tonnage that MDE uses to calculate a county's recycling rate. The more data that a county has on diverted or recycling waste materials, the higher the calculated recycling rate. However, many jurisdictions continue to not reach the state-mandated recycling goals because businesses, multifamily dwellings, and office buildings are not reporting on their recycling activities, even if they are required by law to recycle. In Baltimore City specifically, staff attempts to track down private sector recycling data, which involves persistent outreach via multiple communication channels, and despite these efforts, each year the city... Oh, okay.
You can just wrap up your thought.
Okay, sorry. So there are multiple reasons why we think that it's best to get this information directly from the haulers themselves. They're already compiling this information, and we just are looking to streamline the process. Thank you.
Okay, Dominic? And then also Janelle Moomey.
So we should have a Sophia Hussein in the...
Yeah,
in the
she's virtual. We'll take her last.
Okay, yeah. Janelle is out today.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I think my two colleagues explained this bill incredibly well. Counties right now have to report certain things to MDE that has to do with statewide recycling. We're just asking haulers to do their part in that and to give us the accurate data. It's data that they're already collecting. It may go a little bit above of what they're doing already, but we all have a part in recycling, and this is the best point in that recycling network to get this information. And so with that, counties and MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, we have a virtual witness, Sophia Hussein. Sophia, are you out there? Is she out there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, I think it's coming up.
There we go. Now we can see you as well. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Please be advised that Baltimore City Administration supports House Bill 609. My name is Sophia Hussein, and I'm the Zero Waste Manager for Baltimore City's Department of Public Works, Bureau of Solid Waste, and I lead the Office of Waste Diversion. For Baltimore, this legislative request would help us gather private sector data on waste recycling and organic waste tonnages and disposal destinations for annual Maryland Recycling Act reporting. On the city side, underreporting results in a small fraction of completed MRA forms, resulting in low reported recycling rates. For haulers, this recycling data could be as simple as a spreadsheet function, filtering tonnages by address or zip code and year. For organic haulers specifically, they keep detailed tonnage records for billing and best management practices and have willingly shared this data with the city on request. In opposition to this bill, some haulers have claimed that material recycling facilities, or MRFs, are required to report these tonnages directly to counties. But MRFs are not able to report unsourced separated data, nor are they required to. Haulers also claim that they can't tell where loads came from, but in my annual business outreach for MRA reporting, I found out that private haulers are already providing tonnage data to their customers on their bills. It's the basis for their billing rate. In addition, many local haulers also service Montgomery County, which has an existing hauler reporting mandate in place since 2013, implying that local haulers are already providing the data requested through this legislation to at least one Maryland county. Overall, this reporting mandate will improve the ability of counties to accurately track and report on their entire solid waste stream, helping the state reach its MRA goals, but also developing a detailed understanding of organic hauling and recycling participation across the private sector. This data could be leveraged to help local governments identify where recycling and diversion activities need to be better supported, and what additional services or infrastructural developments are needed to reach state and local sustainability goals. For these reasons, Baltimore City respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 609.
Okay, before I recognize questions, I have a question. Nina, you said that Montgomery County government is already requiring this?
Yes.
So then why doesn't the Baltimore City government require it?
So what we found with Montgomery County is that they are, now having haulers collect this data individually, and as other jurisdictions are looking to introduce the same by having one way of reporting or one baseline level of reporting, all counties can participate in the same way versus having each jurisdiction come in with a different requirement. And so it's basically allowing for all the counties who are wishing to improve their recycling rates and increase the data collection that they are looking to have in order to meet the mandates of the Maryland Recycling Act. It's just a way for us to all kind of band together and understand that we all have kind of a statewide obligation to improving our recycling rates and to collecting the data in the most streamlined and direct fashion.
But you do have the legal ability to pass local regulation to do this, right?
We do.
Have you?
We have not at this point.
And this bill, does it only apply to Baltimore City or to the entire state?
This is a statewide piece of legislation.
So if we pass this law, counties would have to opt in?
I believe that we have an amendment that was offered up by Montgomery County, who is in support of the bill, that would allow for jurisdictions to determine their own method of reporting, and for Montgomery County, since they have slightly different requirements, for them to be able to continue the program that they're operating.
So does the council support the bill?
I have not spoken to the council directly, but many of the efforts that they pass are in line with sustainability efforts that the Department of Public Works supports.
See, the reason I ask is that since the Baltimore City government has the legal authority to do this, and the mayor obviously supports it, if the council doesn't support it, I would hate to have my committee arbitrate a dispute between the mayor and council or county executive and council of a county.
I'm more than happy to have a conversation with the council and council president to ensure that their commitment and support of the bill is given directly to you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We do have an opponent who signed up. Pam Casemeyer is signed in opposition. Welcome back to the committee, Pam. You will have 2 minutes when you start.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Pam Casemeyer, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland-Delaware Solid Waste Association, which is essentially the private sector waste industry in the state. They're haulers. They have recycling facilities. They have soup to nuts, everything across organic waste facilities and the like, and here respectfully in opposition. We totally appreciate the fact that the city would like to ensure that its data is more complete. It is somewhat interesting because the city collects its own residential waste. They're the only jurisdiction in the state that does their own residential collection. Other jurisdictions do it with contracts, and that every jurisdiction should make its own decision. But to your point, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the concerns in this bill are, one, in many cases, haulers can't make that estimate. If they're going cross-jurisdiction, many trucks will have a route that may cross 2 or 3 counties. The MRFs have the aggregated data that they pull together. The haulers go to the MRF and make some estimate. But if you think of the number of hauling trucks and the number of reports that would come in, the MRF reporting makes a lot more sense. But there's a lot of other technical issues with the bill. The definition of waste doesn't really line up with the current definitions in the environmental article. Each jurisdiction could do something on their own, much like Montgomery County's has. It doesn't align directly with this bill at all. And so it's just sort of apples and oranges. We had a suggestion because we think the counties should get good data. You're going to be hearing another bill later today that's proposing to create a task force to look at the whole waste and recycling framework. You could add a charge to that task force to evaluate how best for the counties to receive the information they need to make the reporting requirements under the law. We don't want to stand in the way of the counties doing that, but it's not necessarily a one-stop answer for the entire state. Thank you.
We have a couple of questions for you. The first comes from Delegate Healy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't ask the sponsor this question. It really applies. I'll talk to her later, but would you continue to object to this bill if it were directly modeled on the Montgomery County program?
I don't know if I can answer that question directly because I'll need to go back and talk with my client a little bit about it. Every jurisdiction collects its waste differently. And I'd have to look at the details of the Montgomery County reporting requirements because I'm not sure it's all the waste issues that are in this bill. I mean, this has organics. This could involve.
Well, I'm just asking.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and ask.
Is your organization okay with the Montgomery County model? And if so, would you mind it going statewide? That's really the question.
I will ask them and I will get back to you. I don't think they probably would because each jurisdiction is organized differently.
Okay.
But let me ask and I'll get back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And you know, one of the things we often talk about is the fact that we can't seem to kind of move forward with any kind of nuance because we don't do things the same. And Pam, I know this is like your expertise. You don't think that if we were doing things, if this was like a beginning of us starting to do things kind of the same way, at least getting the same data, we would have a lot of the data that we don't have to make decisions together about like our refuse and our recycling and our.
We aren't necessarily the ones that don't say it shouldn't all be done the same. That's local county jurisdictions.
Well, I know, but this bill to me would seem like it would start to help us somewhat as, you know, all of us together because we do things differently. And that's one of the reasons often why we say sometimes industries say that we can't do certain things because we don't do things the same or we don't have the same data or information.
And I'll get back to you in the Montgomery County, but this bill wouldn't work in most of the counties. The haulers can't provide that information in many circumstances the way the bill is drafted because it's about what you put in a certain jurisdiction, but it's for that jurisdiction, but sometimes they're cross jurisdictions or sometimes they take it out of state. There's multiple different ways, and the hauling truck itself is not necessarily the best mechanism. I have members of our association that are MRFs as well. They are providing that data. I don't know how many jurisdictions besides the city feel like they're not getting adequate data. That might be something we need to gather because we hadn't heard this before. All we're saying from the industry broadly is the individual haulers being the source of that information. And I'm not even sure in the Montgomery County situation, even though they have reporting requirements, that that's the source of how they put their recycling report together. I need to find that out as well, which I will.
Right, so, sorry, Mr. Chair, one follow-up, if you don't mind. So in Montgomery County, do you know whether or not their folks are going outside of county lines? I mean, to your point, if they're taking something out of they're going cross-county or out of state from Montgomery County.
Some haulers may. I have to understand better what the Montgomery, and talk to my members about what the Montgomery County structure looks like and what they're having to report and what they're not having to report. That I don't know at the moment. I have to find that
Because
out.
from what I understand, the bill is is essentially exactly to a degree as Montgomery County's. So
I don't think so, at least not the definition of the wastes that have to be accounted for. I mean, the way this is described, they would even bring in scrap metal, which isn't even part of the recycling framework.
Okay, thank you.
I got another question. Yeah, in Montgomery County, we have an incinerator and we have a transfer station in Rockville in my district, but Montgomery County has dual stream recycling. Is there any other jurisdiction in Maryland that you're aware of that does dual stream?
It's mostly single stream.
That's what I thought. I know that Baltimore City and Baltimore County are single stream. And maybe there are other jurisdictions in Maryland, but I can't think of who.
I think
does Prince George's have?
No.
It's mostly single stream.
Single stream. Montgomery's the only dual stream, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason recycling works in Montgomery County is because of dual stream more than anything else.
Right, and the rest of the counties, the rest of the MRFs, I think, are single stream.
Yeah. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 609. Thank you, one and all. Next, we'll go to House Bill 624, Delegate Ampry. Only one witness. Can that be? Oh my, okay.
I'm back again. You know, I couldn't stay away. I couldn't stay away from my roots. These are my roots here.
I know, yeah.
All right, for the record, Delegate Marlon Ampry here in support of House Bill 624. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, this bill is being introduced for the purpose of improving the public notification requirements for water contamination. Unfortunately, in September in my district, we had an E. coli situation with our water, and there were some delays in getting the messaging out to constituents and ensuring that they could be safe. I'm really thankful for the hard work that DPW and the city did to rectify the situation, and we were on top of it. And also, many of the members that come before, industries that come before this committee actually I made some phone calls and they brought water to the community. So I want to first say thank you for all the hard work there, but I think it was honestly an opportunity for us to address the system that we have and figure out how we can make it better to ensure that our residents are getting notifications in regards to water safety as soon as possible. So what this bill will do, it will require suppliers of water to notify the Department of the Environment, affected residents, educational institutions, public schools, family child care homes, and child care centers by 3 means of communication upon first sign that a water system is not in compliance with state drinking water regulations. The bill will require water suppliers to notify the Maryland Department of Emergency Management and the Department of the Environment if there is a positive E. coli test in the water system. We have also amended the bill to require water suppliers to immediately begin preparations to issue a boil advisory if there is a positive E. coli test. Currently, it's often you have to wait until the second test after you've had a first test. This bill will require that after you get that first initial test, you need to be preparing for a precautionary water boil advisory so that immediately if you have a second test that is positive, you have everything ready to go as soon as possible. The bill is critically important just to make sure that people are getting the information they need so they can be safe in regards to the water that's coming into their homes. We can't predict what issues might happen in regards to how water mains may break and how the water might get contaminated. We can work our hardest to prevent that, but we have to work even harder to make sure that when that contamination happens, that residents are made aware of as soon as possible. And what this will do is we'll ensure that across the entire state, we have a uniform policy and way to ensure that that messaging is getting out as soon as possible. It's important that we improve this public notification system, and I would add that we have support from the Secretary of MDE. We've also worked with organizations like Blue Water to continue working on possible amendments to streamline and hurry up that process for when the water advisory will go out. So I just urge for a favorable report on House Bill 624 and ask that the committee take into consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Ampry, for this bill. I think it's really important that we're letting folks know about these things. Just really quickly, you said something about you have to wait till the second test. When is it, and you may have already said this, so I apologize if you did, but when is the second test usually done? Is that another day, another hour?
It's often like within 24 hours. So I'm not an expert on this. I've tried to become an expert in putting this bill together. But for many jurisdictions and for many wash powers, they do an initial test. There's a chance it could be a false positive. So they'll do another test within 24 hours, and then that's when they start readying everything. Okay. So the goal here is that on that initial test, let's go ahead and get everything ready so that once that number hits and you have a second positive test, you don't have to do any more preparing after that test. I think when the E. coli situation happened in my district, there was a 3 or 4 day window where things got complicated on the notification system. And again, I think we did the best we could do with the information that we had, and we kept people safe. And I'm really thankful for the hard work that the city did there. But let's make this a little bit more smoother and easier to get the notification system out and make sure that we're being as thoughtful and safe as possible.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the idea of making it uniform across jurisdictions. Thank you.
So the city administration signed up in opposition. Haven't had a chance to read their letter. Have you?
Yeah, I had a chance to look it over. Their central argument is that it's duplicative in nature. Again, it's not a city-specific bill. It's a statewide bill. If anything, if passing this bill will just, if the city finds it duplicative, I mean, it just means that what the protections that are in place for the city will be in place for everyone, and we're going to make it a little safer and a little better. And I haven't had a chance to talk to the city in more detail, but I hope that we can get on the same page there.
Okay. Next question goes to Delegate Guyton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here with this bill. Isn't it true that just about a week ago, we had a boil water advisory for water main breaks that affected both the city and the county. The city actually alerted their people pretty quickly, the county not so well, and much later. And a lot of my constituents got the information directly from my updates during the week and during the day. So I really appreciate this bill, and it's a very important one, isn't that right?
That is right. that is very right, and I'm thankful for your work and making sure that you're reaching out to your constituents. It's an important part of our role. So thank you for that.
As you will see, the new member of our committee understands the jeopardy principle here, that it has to be in the form of a question.
It took me a while to get there. You're doing great. It took me a while to figure that out.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Delegate Guyton asked my question. I was going to say, isn't it so that the incident you're talking about also impacted West Baltimore County as well? So
it affected not just my district. It affected a large part of West Baltimore County as well.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this bill. I was looking at all the different kinds of notification that you have listed.
Yep.
And did you consider and have a reason not to maybe add in, like having an alert, like they do an Amber Alert, where it just goes out to everybody? Those government alerts that really cut through everything, if it's a health and safety issue like this.
Yeah, I think in talking with MDE, the other thing about this bill is that the way we've structured it, it does also not stray away from the federal rules. So keeping it this way, we're beefing up the notification systems. And I would agree. I think that kind of system would work. And I think that if you look at number 5, it's text messaging, and often the Amber Alert process comes through on your phone. So I think maybe if we were to do any amendment, maybe we make it so that the text messaging works in a way in which it would capture a phone message or that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There must be some kind of government protocol to make that happen, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would, if we can get more people alerted about the water, I'm all for it. Let's give them
We'll
as
have
much
to
notice
give
as
it
possible.
another color.
Right.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 624. Let's go to House Bill 635. Delegate Wyville is welcomed back to the committee.
Like a family reunion here.
I know, it is, it is.
Chairman Barber, you okay if I bring up my one
Yes,
witness?
please
Thank you.
do. Although you only have, you don't have anybody else signed up, but
He was supposed to be signed up.
I'll let it slide this time as a former member of the committee.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and honorable members of the committee, I am Delegate Wyville here to present House Bill 635, Water Pollution Control Discharges from Construction Sites. House Bill 635 seeks to introduce fairness into a system that has at times become adversarial, inconsistent in its application, and unwieldy in the applications of fines and penalties. In 2022, MDE issued a total of $2.7 million in penalties with an inspection of 39,516 sites utilizing 173 inspectors. Of these, 1,800 construction stormwater inspections were performed, and 600 of those sites were found to be in noncompliance. HB 635 addresses only the construction stormwater inspections. The current fine structure in statute is up to $10,000 for each violation and $100,000 in total. The standard for fines includes whether pollutants are in a position to pollute waters of the state. This bill establishes a process for those holding a discharge permit for stormwater associated with construction activity only, and stipulates that an inspector may issue an administrative penalty only after written notice is provided and the person actually willfully caused or failed to prevent the pollutant from entering the waters of the state. It further sets the maximum fine at $5,000 for each violation and $25,000 in total. Furthermore, the bill does not hold the discharge permit holder liable for discharges from a construction site for acts of God, and the bill defines those as a weather event in excess of 2 inches or more of rain within a 24-hour period. The fiscal note estimates that by requiring a written warning and reducing the maximum penalty, MDE's expenditures would actually increase by $1.4 million annually in order to hire 15 additional full-time employees to conduct additional site inspections. This response seems somewhat retaliatory and in nature, and actually is the impetus for the bill. I don't know about you, but if I were hit with a $5,000 fine to a maximum of $25,000, I would likely be out of business. Also, I am in receipt of MDOT's informational letter and have not intended for that agency to be pulled into the requirements of the bill. If the bill does move forward, I'm certainly receptive to an amendment that clarifies that state agencies are excluded. I do, however, find it ironic that a state agency does not wish to be subject to the same rules as the general contracting community. Thank you for your time, and I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 635.
Thank you.
Mr. DeLauder.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me today. House Bill 635 is about working with the private sector to minimize sediment pollution. It's about giving reasonable timeline for issues from inspections to be addressed when they are not. Using a 3-strike rule, then the issue can be elevated when someone willfully creates pollution or willfully neglects the direction of an MDE inspector over the course of 3 written warnings. In order to correct an issue, that would be fair and equitable, and that's all this bill is about. The majority of issues with sedimentation from heavy rains or microbursts, the majority of sediment pollution into the bay comes from New York, Pennsylvania, by way of the Conowingo Dam, not construction sites from the western part of Maryland. Howard County automatically sends out public works crews to clean out any streams after a rain event of 2 inches over a 24-hour period. As Delegate Wyville has stated, currently you have fines that can be imposed on the probability of sediment entering a stream. In law enforcement, they don't give you a speeding ticket for the probability of speeding. You either are or you aren't. You either introduced the sediment to the stream or you didn't. As a contractor, we face similar issues when we work in open sites with grading and utilities. MDE provides zero leeway. Their rules are subjective and don't budge if they feel a violation has occurred. They'll take an act of God, heavy rains over a 24 or 48-hour period, and toss those results of the rains over to our contractor and issue massive fines for something completely out of our control. Just like Howard County wrote, when it happens, you simply go to work to mitigate the damage. We should be working in tandem for winning results for both sides to mitigate pollution and not be using the private sector as an ATM.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, good friend Delegate Weibel.
Hello,
Did you
Delegate.
see MDE's letter?
Yes.
You did.
Yeah.
Would you like to respond about the legalities of your bill?
Well, I did meet with them, and they asserted that, and I asked them to please provide me the specifics in which it may be this bill may be in violation of Clean Water Act. They felt that the fine amounts violated that, the $5,000 and $25,000. I asked them specifically if the $25,000 and the $100,000 were in the Clean Water Act, and I'm still waiting on a response from them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions for the delegate or his witness? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call up in opposition, Matthew Johnston and Ellie Bassett.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, members of the committee. Hello again. I'm Ellie Bassett, your Southwest Road Riverkeeper. Again, as Riverkeeper, I work to protect and restore our waterways. Our waterways are designated as impaired by the EPA for sediment pollution. Construction permits are there to protect pollution from leaving construction sites and entering our waterways. Simply put, this bill does not advance our efforts to protect and restore them or reduce sediment pollution. As I said, according to the EPA, sediment runoff from construction sites can be 1,000 to 2,000 times greater than runoff from forested lands, 10 to 20 times more than agricultural land. I do want to note in the fiscal note, MDE advised that the bill will remove the deterrent effect for permittees, resulting in increased noncompliance and the need for more enforcement site inspections. The bill will not deter bad actors from violating permits. The lessened penalty is not enough to ensure penalties pay close attention to pollution controls, and it's not enough to implement the environmental cleanup efforts that would be required to address any damage occurred. Our state has made a commitment to reducing this pollution in effort to meet our Chesapeake Bay restoration goals, and this bill, we feel, undermines that effort. We should be taking steps to reduce sediment pollution from construction sites. If anything, we should be taking steps about how we can give more tools to our developers to handle increased storm events and more frequent storm events, which are happening and are real. So I thank you for your time. I respectfully request an unfavorable report in support of our local waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Me too. My name is Matt Johnston. I'm the Executive Director of Arundel Rivers Federation, and Ellie and I are both here today to talk about construction stormwater, this bill and a bill later on, where we will show you multiple pictures of what's happening around the state. We have a sign-on testimony that's in our written testimony for all of you, with 10 other organizations across the state signing on in opposition to this bill. Simply put, the deterrence of $10,000 per sediment pollution event is not a deterrence for our development community. In my previous career, just a few months back actually, I served for 3 years as Anne Arundel County's Environmental Policy Director. And in that role, my job, part of it, was to change the way we did construction site inspections and to hold polluters liable. We'll talk a lot more about that later today on how we accomplished that, but one thing that we learned was that this $10,000 fine meant nothing to the construction industry. What mattered was actually stop work orders and remediating the damage that they caused. So with that, I certainly urge an unfavorable, and am happy to answer any questions about my experience in Anne Arundel County. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a few questions. First goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the part of the bill excludes liabilities for an act of God. And that's defined, I think, in the bill as storm events of 2 inches or more within 24 hours. How common are these types of events?
Yeah, I can take that one because it wasn't too long since many of the members of this committee worked on stormwater legislation, where we looked at the common 24-hour storm, as it's called. That is the storm we expect to occur in our state or in every county at least once over a day every single year. That's the 24-hour storm. In most counties, that is 2.7 inches or so in Maryland. All right, and that is based on 30-year-old data. So this committee and the General Assembly passed a stormwater bill a couple years back to use new data because we know that that number will increase once we bring in the new data. So an act of God, I think we have 2-inch, I know we have 2-inch storms multiple times a year.
Thank you. And is there anything that construction companies can do to reduce the effect of these storms? So that, I mean, obviously they can't control when storms come, but is there anything that can be done to reduce the impact?
Yeah, happy to talk about that today on this bill on 607 and offline. But in Anne Arundel County, whenever we homed in on construction site pollution, one of the things that we started asking construction companies to do is right before a rain event, whenever they know rain is coming in excess of a certain amount, is to cover that site as well as possible, button up the site. And we put them on notice. If there is pollution coming off of this site, we will be going after that pollution and holding you liable. And they did start self-policing themselves.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bassett and Mr. Johnson, for being here. I wanted to ask briefly, Mr. Johnston, since you talked about your work at the county level, can you describe very briefly how construction runoff is enforced at the county level and what those fines look like before MDE gets involved?
Sure. So oftentimes we like MDE to be on the site as river keepers, and Ms. Bassett, maybe you can speak to the river keeper, what you do whenever an inspection, whenever a complaint comes in. So maybe that would be helpful.
Sure, yeah, well, so as riverkeeper, I often receive calls from neighbors, concerned citizens. You know, if you're out driving, I'm sure you've seen sediment perhaps leaving a site during a major rain event. They might call me. I'm a jack of all trades, a master of none, so I call our county inspectors, and then they will go out on site. Depending on the county, they may call MDE, or they may have specific county inspectors that go out on site. They'll walk the site, they'll identify where a pollution or a sediment control may have failed. They'll ideally work with the construction site company to address that immediately in the hopes that it won't happen again. But if it is something that is egregious or happening consistently, then we would hope that stronger action would be taken. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, in part, that's helpful. But does the county in some or all situations issue the first either warning, written warning, citation, if there's going to be a citation with a fine, or does it, if it reaches a certain level of egregiousness, it becomes the purview of MDE? How does that?
In my experience as riverkeeper, and I think you might have different experiences, I often see a written note saying, this was what the issue is, please address it, before any fines are addressed or assigned.
And Delegate, I'll follow up. In Anne Arundel County, one of the things, the tools we found worked was not only address this so that it doesn't happen again, but if we find sediment off of your construction site, which we'll talk about in HB 607 later this evening, if we find sediment off of your construction site, then the inspector slaps a stop work order on that site. All work stops on the site, and that is more meaningful than the $10,000 violation. And they actually send bucket brigades out to the conveyance channel to clean up the sediment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnson, is that correct? This is informational purposes, primarily just for me, I guess. I recall when I first got here, I would have to go out to a construction site when the first 1/2 inch of rainfall came down to inspect the stormwater management ponds to make sure that there was no discharge. Is that requirement still in effect? The first half-inch of rainfall, that's when the inspection takes place? First 1/2 inch?
Apologies, I'm not that much of the technical expert, so
that's
we'll
all.
have to get back to you after
That's
the
okay,
hearing.
that's okay.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing on House Bill 635. Let's turn now to House Bill 683. Delegate Morgan. And it looks like you have a bill with no opponents.
You just gotta work on these bills I work.
Yeah.
Can I join him, Mr. Chair? Please.
Are you having a little bit of a wardrobe malfunction
Yeah, you know,
there?
this, when you get to be 6'6", 260, you know, these things just don't fit.
Oh, geez.
So Chairman Barvey,
Yeah.
all the rest of you guys out there, thank you very much. I'm happy to present to you House Bill 683 from the Natural Resources, the Apprentice Hunting License Bill. It is a bipartisan bill. It is over in the Senate for a third reading tomorrow. Maryland instituted the apprentice hunting license in 2017 to encourage people to try the sport of hunting before investing the money and time. An apprentice hunting license is available to first-time hunters who have never hunted before. The license requires 3 things: an online hunter safety course prior to the purchase of the license, the apprentice to hunt with a Maryland resident at least 18 years old who possesses a valid Maryland full-time hunting license and will provide direct supervision to the apprentice. The apprentice and mentor hunt to close proximity so that the mentor can take immediate control of archery device or a firearm. It allows juniors to enjoy the sport under the direct supervision of a licensed hunter while gaining confidence and instruction to be a safe haven and responsible hunter. In addition to the yearly license fee, the bill requires the junior hunter to retake the safety course each year to acquire the apprentice license. The idea here is similar to a driver's license permit. Young persons get them and learn how to drive. If they're not ready to take the driver's test when the learner's permit expires, for example, you haven't have enough sufficient hours behind a wheel, you renew the learner's permit to give the person more time to practice and become confident and safe. We thank you for your consideration and look forward to a favorable report on this bill.
Okay, Paul, welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members. It's good to be back before you. Paul Pedito, Director of the Wildlife and Heritage Service for Maryland DNR. In the interest of time, I will just say that you have our enthusiastic written support for this bill. This is an existing program, as the delegate and sponsor said. This merely extends the existing opportunities in that program and affords the existing participants a larger window of opportunity to continue participating. It does not in any way ease the safeguards that are already in place in the statute. So we urge your support.
All righty then. Questions? Well, I don't see any, so once again, you come out unscathed, Delegate Morgan.
Thank
that
you,
ends
committee.
public hearing on House Bill 683. Let's proceed to House Bill 342, and for that bill, Delegate Terraza, for that bill, we're supposed to have 3 of our friends from Economic Matters here, and they're not here yet, but we're going to keep going anyway, so get on out there. That's not your fault. They're here for, they're on their way, okay. Delegate Chi and Howard are rushing over right now. And then we will have 2 other bills that also have our ECM friends joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're waiting for a visual.
Sure.
Do you need any more containers? Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. Can I put on the desk? Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, I think we're getting there. All right. I'm so sorry. No, I know. Now my bill is going to fail. I'm so sorry. Okay. So good afternoon, colleagues, Chairman Barvey, Vice Chairman Stein, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jen Terraza. Thank you for this opportunity to present House Bill 342, which establishes the Post-Consumer Recycled Content Program for plastics in Maryland. This is a reintroduction of a bill from last year, which was not voted on by the committee, and we did a lot of work on this legislation during the interim to address the issues raised in 2022. Plastic recycling is failing, and not just because we're lazy or stupid. Somebody once said that, somebody wise said that. In fact, estimates are that only somewhere between 8% and 12% of plastic is recycled. According to one source, approximately 40% of post-consumer plastic goes to landfills, 25% is incinerated, and 19% is disposed of in unmanaged dumps or otherwise makes its way into the environment. And as you know, plastic is made from fossil fuels, and it generates greenhouse gas emissions at every stage of the product's life cycle, from extraction of fossil fuels to plastic production and disposal. Note that recycled plastic material is more expensive than virgin material, so it has a limited market. So the goal of this legislation is to reduce demand for virgin plastic, create a market for post-consumer recycled material, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, divert waste from landfills and incinerators, and to save energy. This bill will stimulate the recycling markets, which contributes to meeting the objectives of the Recycling Market Development Bill that we passed and was sponsored by Vice Chair Stein. By creating more demand for post-consumer recycled plastic, Maryland will develop a robust market for recycled materials. And over time, the hope is that the legislation will also encourage cleaner recycling, increasing the usability of recycled materials and incentivizing producers to redesign their products to be more recyclable. So what it does is this program would be administered by MDE and requires producers of certain plastic products that are sold, offered for sale, or distributed in the state to meet minimum post-consumer recycled content requirements, to register with the department and to the department MDE, and to pay annual registration fee to the department to cover the program costs. Producers will be held accountable for meeting the percentage requirements and will be subject to a penalty if they don't meet the minimum. This year's bill enhances MDE's oversight of the PCR program. So the bill sets progressively higher post-consumer recycled percentage requirements over time. For beverage containers, they'll eventually reach 50% by 2033, with marks for 15% and 25% in the meantime. Rigid plastic food containers to reach 40% by 2033, and again, there's interim goals. Rigid plastic containers for household cleaning products will have to reach 40% by 2039. These goals are in line with other states and European Union that have enacted plastic PCR content legislation. Plus, these percentages are similar to the stated goals of several multinational corporations, and that's what you can see up in front of you in the chart. Some are doing better than others in working towards these goals, and this bill will help. And if the department determines that achieving compliance would present an undue hardship, MDE may grant a temporary waiver. And also, please note the program is self-financing with a dedicated fund. House Bill 342 will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and fossil fuel extractions by replacing virgin plastic with recycled content. If we truly want to address the challenge of recycling plastic, consumers can't do it alone. We aren't stupid or lazy. And we don't just need some more education, we need producers to do their part. I'd like to thank the stakeholders for working on this with me, and I look forward to continuing that. I respectfully urge a favorable report, and now I'm going to turn it over to Martha Ainsworth.
Hey, before I have her start, I do have a quick little question about this chart, because I know we're all going to be staring. Well, I mean, I noticed that L'Oreal's percentage is 50%. I guess because we're worth it. But, and yes, I'm asking, I said that because I wanted to tell that joke. But seriously, why is Kellogg at only 10%? Who set those percentages? Did you say?
The goals, I believe, were set by the companies set their own.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's kind of great. Yeah, that's the goals they set for themselves.
Okay.
And that's how close they're coming to achieving those goals.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Martha. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Zero Waste Team of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, here speaking on behalf of the chapter's 70,000 members and supporters in strong support of HB 342. Concerns about plastic pollution have led multinational corporations, as you've seen, to set voluntary recycled content targets as high as 50% by 2025. But voluntary targets are really not enough. You can see a lot of them aren't meeting their targets. Progress has been slow. There's no financial consequences for missing the targets. Recycled content mandates like this bill affect all producers and create a steady demand for recycled plastic that replaces cheaper virgin plastic and the environmental harms of its production. Mandates reduce waste and create incentives to redesign products for recyclability, which can result in greater supply of post-consumer plastic. There have been major improvements in this bill since last year based on a deep review of the literature and consultation with government agencies and states that have already mandated recycled content laws for plastics, and particularly Washington State and New Jersey we spoke with. The recycled content targets and timeline are consistent with those in other states. They're ambitious, but they're not infeasible. HB 342 will increase the demand for post-consumer plastic, but the supply must also be available. Our supply side assumptions include significant growth in recycling collection through EPR programs and a beverage container deposit law that would provide high-quality food-grade recycled content. Technical innovation and redesign for recycling will also be important. By embracing these policies, the producers of plastic packaging have considerable control over the supply of post-consumer plastic to meet the demand. The Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 342, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Emily.
Hi. My name is Emily Scar, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Here in support of HB 342. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG, the state-based small donor-funded public interest advocacy organization. We have grassroots members across the state, and our mission is to work to find common ground around common sense solutions that will help ensure a healthier, safer, and more secure future. We're also here on behalf of our sister organization, Environment Maryland, backing this bill to require post-consumer recycled content in a variety of packaging. We know we can't recycle our way out of our plastic pollution crisis. We need to reduce plastic pollution at the source. But this bill will go a long way in supporting our recycling markets and reducing the demand for virgin plastic, keeping plastic out of our waste stream, our landfills, our incinerators, our neighborhoods, and the Chesapeake Bay. We think that law will help reduce both the demand for fossil fuel-derived virgin plastics while giving that much-needed boost to our recycling market. So we respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, and also in favor virtually, Serena Monis. I can't pronounce your last name, so you'll have to help me on that.
So that's Serena Monsian. I'm here with Potomac Riverkeeper Network.
Okay, terrific.
Yeah, thanks. So for the record, that's my name. I'm here with Potomac Riverkeeper Network. We are a member-supported organization with the mission of protecting the public's right to clean water in the Potomac watershed. We're here to give our opinion in favor of the proposed program and the goal of increasing post-consumer recycled content in the qualifying categories of these items sold and used in Maryland. We are especially in favor of a standard that reaches 50% by 2033 for beverage containers made of plastic, which is one of the top items that we find polluted at our river cleanups. In the past 2 years, in fact, volunteers have collected nearly 30,000 single-use plastic bottles from the Potomac River. It's our opinion that 100% of those bottles should have been recycled. We believe the standards and deadlines for all three of the categories included in the bill are achievable, and that the self-funded program will give recycling the resources it needs to finally succeed. The reality is that we're living with a lot more plastic than we ever need or wanted. Global plastic production is projected to triple by the year 2050 and has so far doubled in the last 20 years. People in Maryland, people everywhere are concerned about the health impacts of microplastics, which have been discovered in human lungs, blood, breast milk, and placenta. Scientists estimate that the average human is ingesting a credit card's worth of microplastics every week. These tiny pieces, which shed from all of the plastic products, including packaging around us, end up in our air and in our drinking water and degrade the quality of our fisheries, beaches, all of the local economies that are dependent on the Chesapeake Bay. So with that, we will also request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also should recognize Greg Costa, who's signed up to testify in favor. Greg, if you're out there, it says in person. No, Greg.
No, I'm here, but I was
Oh, you're signed up in favor, but okay, fine. We'll wait, yeah. Okay, then we'll go to questions for the proponents, and the first question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Delegate Terrassa, for this bill on this really important issue, trying to get a handle on plastic pollution. And so I say that as I move my cup out of sight. So you mentioned that you worked on this extensively since last year. Can you talk a little bit about what the differences are from last year?
Sure, and I'm going to turn it over to Martha Ainsworth, who I should mention spent an enormous amount of time researching this and working with stakeholders, et cetera. So if you could speak to that, the differences.
Right, okay, so last year it was glass and plastic. We dropped the glass because they already have a big demand for their recycled content. It's cheaper than the virgin. And we've added a new plastics category. So it's just about plastics now. And we added the category of rigid plastic food containers. The program is now self-financing. Last year it was a $1,000 registration fee, and New Jersey went with that, and they recommend not doing that. Washington State is going that way. So we've had extensive discussions with those departments in the different states about what's working as they prepare to go. We altered a little bit the targets for beverage containers. We moved it up 2 years, so it's 50% by 2033 instead of 2035. That's still less ambitious than California. So our targets are kind of like in the middle of the range. And so we added, very important, an independent evaluation after 5 years of the whole program with recommendations for how it's working. So there'll be opportunities for adjustment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Terrassa, I thank you for this bill. I wanted to ask you about one particular category. You know, several years ago, we banned styrofoam containers, and you know, restaurants have stopped using them, but a lot of them have substituted plastic. And so I wonder if this bill addresses that issue. Does it cover those plastic containers that are used by restaurants and carry-outs?
I believe so, right? Yeah, in fact, we have an example here.
Okay.
Right, but it doesn't ban them in any way, just to be clear. It just requires a certain percentage be a post-consumer recycled material.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Vice Chair has a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up what you said, Martha, in terms of how, and for the sponsor, about the targets that are in the bill, you said that there's sort of in between targets that are in existing states that have post-consumer content requirements on the books already. Maybe could you just sort of maybe talk about the ranges that
Yeah, and in fact,
states
if you
have?
look at our written testimony, the second exhibit, which is the very last page, has a comparison of the trajectories in all of in Washington State, New Jersey, Maine. I'm forgetting one.
The other one, right?
I can't remember the other one. They're all there. Yeah.
California.
Yeah,
Maine,
California, of
New
course.
Jersey, Washington.
They're all there. And as you can see here is that if you're looking at plastic beverage containers, California has got the most ambitious target, 50% by 2030. Maine doesn't even go to 50%. Washington State is 50% in 2031, and we're 50% in 2033. So we have some more time there. And the targets, the maximum targets for the rigid containers, some of them are food grade and some of them are non-food grade, you know, like the shampoo bottle and stuff like that. Those all have a kind of a target of 40% at the end of the day in our bill. And New Jersey is the one that had rigid plastic containers in general, and Washington State just for the cleaning products. And both of those go a little bit higher to 50%. We stopped there at 40. We're not really sure. The thing about the rigid plastic household cleaning products and personal care products is that's the kind of thing that you put in your curbside bin. So we expect that'll increase the demand for recycled content and help the market for that. So we only go to 40% on those, but Washington State and and New Jersey go to 50%. Is that,
That's helpful.
okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, but the table was really helpful for me. There's so many numbers. It's easier to see on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Howard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And forgive me, I was in another bill hearing and asking questions, so if you've already gone through this, I apologize. But on page, I believe it's 4 of the fiscal note, it talks about the bill specifies about, let's say, the provisioning articles, and that a penalty may not be imposed on a producer for failing to register with MDE unless MDE first issues a written notice of violation. So they're not registered with MDE until they violate it. Is that correct?
Can I answer that?
No, I mean,
Okay.
I didn't understand the question, so if you didn't
He's
think
saying
of-
that if they haven't registered, you're saying if they
Yeah.
haven't registered, how can you issue?
Right.
How do you know they're there? So MDE is going to have to be looking out there to see that all the parties register, and if one is discovered that is not registered, or if they haven't registered all of their brand names,
Right.
that actually is a significant, we were talking to Maine as well.
Yeah.
That's a significant problem where the company is registered, but they haven't listed everything that's supposed to be included in the program. Then they're given a written notice, and then they have some time to correct the problem.
And just very quick follow-up, Chair, that written notice, how is that delivered? I mean, is that certified mail? Is that, and I'm just,
I don't, yeah.
because of the
I don't think we know the
inefficiency
details
the
of that.
Post office, okay.
Ray, that's not specified in the
Yeah.
legislation. I mean, certainly willing to,
And maybe I should ask the maker of the bill, I apologize, but I just wanted to get some clarification. Thank you very much.
thanks.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions. We have a number of people who are signed up favorable with amendments, 2 people. So, and they would be Chaz Miller and Kate Bailey. If you could come up here and
Just take all this back.
tell us what your amendment would be.
Okay, we're done. Yes.
Yeah, would you like to start?
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are public sector recycling managers, private sector recyclers, and advocates. We support HB 342 with suggested changes, and we thank Delegate Terrasa for introducing this bill. 32 years ago, Maryland became one of the first states in the country to enact a recycled minimum content law, in that case for newspapers. Eventually, 14 states had these laws. Recycled content newspaper became widespread. Now Maryland has the chance to become one of the first states with a similar law for plastic products. These laws expand the market for our curbside recyclables. They tell packaging and product manufacturers to support recycling by using recycled materials in their products. However, experience shows that these laws expand market size. They do not guarantee consistently strong prices. Recycling markets remain subject to the fluctuations of national and international economies. HB 342 establishes challenging goals. Some, frankly, may not be physically achievable. All recyclables suffer product loss during collection, processing, and remanufacturing. 2,000 bottles simply cannot be made from 2,000 bottles. New Jersey's recycled content law sets, we believe, more realistic goals. In addition, recycled plastics often have end users who make products not covered by this law. For most of the last 3 decades, the biggest product for used PET bottles has been fiber companies who use them to make carpet and other products. Successful legislation will accept and acknowledge the existence of competing markets. As a result, we suggest a waiver provision which includes FDA regulatory requirements, technological feasibility, and inadequate supply. Nonetheless, we congratulate the sponsors of this bill for their efforts, and we look forward to working with them.
Okay, and it appears Kate Bailey is coming to us remotely. Kate, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, committee chair and committee members, for having me today. I'm here on behalf of the Association of Plastics Recyclers to testify as favorable with suggested changes. APR is the National Trade Association representing hundreds of U.S. companies working every day to recycle your plastic bottles, milk jugs, yogurt tubs, and other products and packaging into new plastic containers. As the voice of the plastics recyclers, I want you to know that we can and want to recycle more plastics. And we are here because we need your help as policymakers to first increase the market demand for recycled plastics as done through this bill, and also to increase the amount of plastics collected for recycling as done through HB 284, which you'll hear a bit later today. This bill will have three primary benefits. By adding more recycled content, we will reduce the climate footprint of plastics packaging. As you've heard from others, we'll strengthen the market demand, and we will also signal packaging designers to innovate and design better packaging with more recycled content. APR has been a strong supporter of recycled content for nearly 10 years, and we very much thank Delegate Terrassa, Delegate Love, and others for bringing this forward. In our written comments, we provided a few suggestions. We support the change suggested by Chaz Miller to include a list of exemptions as detailed in other bills. We are also asking for some small changes in the definitions to better align with other states. And we are asking for more clear rates set for rigid plastic containers. This category of containers might be polypropylene, it might be PET, it might be HDPE, 3 different types of plastics that each warrant their own separate rate. So with that, we look forward to questions and working with stakeholders and ask for a favorable report forward. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question from the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chaz, you mentioned in your testimony that you recommend slightly expanding the waiver provision to mirror what's in New Jersey's new law. And I think, Kate, you mentioned something about the waiver provisions as well. Could both of you get to the committee the provisions that you're recommending?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for these two before we go to the opponents? Okay, we'll go to the opponents. Greg Costa and Sarah Price. If you'd come up, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Greg Costa. I'm Senior Director of State Affairs with the Consumer Brands Association. We are opposed to this bill, but would like to leave you with the impression that this is certainly not a concept to which we are opposed. I think there are ways of going about that, and let me just go through a couple of things very, very quickly. The Consumer Brands Association champions the industry whose products Americans depend on every day, the consumer products. From household goods and personal care products to food and beverage products, the consumer packaged goods industry plays a vital role in powering the U.S. economy, contributing $2 trillion to U.S. GDP and supporting more than 20 million jobs. CBA appreciates the opportunity to provide comment on HB 342 and to express our alignment with the objective of increased recycled content. The consumer packaged goods industry is committed to packaging sustainability through research, development, innovation, and packaging design. CPG companies are leading the way to reducing waste to landfill volume and improving the environmental footprint of packaging. In fact, all of the 25 largest CPG companies have made voluntary public commitments to recyclable or compostable packaging, or to be using increased recycled content by 2030, some as early as 2025. From shampoo bottles, from ocean plastic to toothpaste tubes made from paperboard, the sector is dedicated to this innovation. As written, I don't think that the bill fully considers the vagaries of the materials markets and particularly the national marketplace. I think that's the biggest problem with what we're contemplating here. While the clear goal of the legislation is to increase the recycling rate in Maryland and to improve the recycled content of consumer packaging, at best the intentions and even the best practices, I'm so sorry. Let me have
ahead
one
and
more
complete
sentence
your
for you, and that is that I think that there's a bill that we're here in favor of today, and that is the EPR bill with a suggested amendment. And I think that's the horse before the cart, and we would like to see that moving forward.
Okay. Well, you're going to be testifying on that later.
Correct.
Okay. Sarah Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price, here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association in opposition to this proposal. We do support increased recycling rates and increased recyclability. We just don't feel that standards like this should be set at the state level in any state. This should be handled federally so that all markets are getting the same products. No brand creates individual packaging for individual states. National and international brands are, they're struggling to meet the standards that are set in different states that have different percentage requirements in different years, and we just don't feel that this should be handled this way. We do also have concerns that by the time Maryland's phase-in dates reach their end, that there just may not be enough material out there. We know that this is intending to increase the market for recycled materials, but this is dependent on other policies passing to increase recycling rates in Maryland. And unless all of these things are working in concert, it could very likely fail. There's also some concern about the use of PCR materials in food packaging. The FDA has very strict standards for packaging composition for food safety, and appropriate alternatives can take years to develop. That honestly may be why Kellogg's % is so low on that chart that you saw. I believe a lot of Kellogg's products use plastic film in their packaging, and that material in particular, my understanding is that it's very difficult to use recycled content in that packaging. Additionally, we have some concerns about the definition of producer in the bill. We believe it would capture retailers who sell private label or store brand items. Stakeholders have implied that they thought retailers wouldn't be captured by this, so if that was not the intent, we would love to hear some clarification there. But ultimately, we just don't think this is appropriate for the state level. Thank you.
Any questions for the witnesses? Well, seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 342. We now have the first of 4 bills from Delegate Sarah Love. We're going to start with House Bill 31. These 4 bills constitute the Sarah-palooza of the day.
Yeah, because you have streamers or something.
I know. Okay.
Show and tell.
Do you have any panelists you want to bring up?
I think I do. Who's here on 31? Oh, there she is. Yep. Come on up. Come on up. I'll move this in a second.
That's all right.
It's cute. It's cute. It's making a point. Okay. That's what I needed. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Welcome to the Sarah-palooza. Glad you could join me today. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of ENT, for the record, Delegate Sarah Love here to present HB 31, Truth in Labeling. Okay. The reason I brought this up is we all know what this symbol is, right? This chasing arrow symbol. It means that something is recyclable, right? Wrong. Sorry. The symbol was originally created to indicate that something was recyclable. But in the 1980s, there was a growing understanding that plastic wasn't really recyclable, and more plastic was entering our waste stream. So the industry lobbied 40 states, including Maryland, to put in statute the requirement that every rigid plastic container have on the bottom the chasing arrow symbol with the plastic resin number in it. So to date,
we all still think that that means something is recycling. This yogurt cup has the chasing arrows symbol, but it is not recyclable. This plastic cup has the chasing arrow symbol, but it is not recyclable. And in fact, this plastic cup is costing our counties a lot of money to pull out of the waste stream. A nearly, we'll get to this later, but a nearly identical plastic cup is recyclable, but this one says it isn't. And so that's causing our counties to spend a lot of money. So we consumers think we're doing the right thing. We look on the bottom, we think something is recyclable, and so we buy it and we put it in the recycling bin. That causes a huge amount of problems for our counties and our jurisdictions. So in short, what HB 31 does is it eliminates out of our code, and I do apologize, there was some drafting snafus, or as the chair would say, a big boo-boo in some drafting, so I have some amendments for you. But basically, this bill takes out the requirement that every plastic container has this chasing arrow symbol and says it can only have that chasing arrow symbol or something else indicating recyclability if it is in fact recyclable in the state of Maryland. So with that, I will just mention again, I've got some amendments. I've worked on these amendments with stakeholders here and with Montgomery County, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
I will tell you that I debated showing this really humorous video from Climate Town prior to this public hearing. But as truthful as it was, I think the opponents would have found it to be rather inflammatory. So I will surreptitiously email it to all of you later on. It's very, very funny. So even if you disagree with the bill, it's a hoot. So why don't we go straight to Emily Scarr, since you're next on the list.
Hello again, Emily Scarr with Maryland PIRG, the state consumer group, here in support of HB 31. Numerous studies, including one I cite in my written testimony from the Consumer Brand Association, have shown that consumers assume that the chasing arrows signify that something can be recycled. HB 31 will help clarify for consumers what actually can be recycled and what will certainly end up in our waste stream, in our incinerators, in our landfills, or littering our communities. Having the proper label will hopefully also encourage producers to use more actual recyclable packaging so that they can earn that symbol on their products. Plastic waste, as Delegate Love mentioned, is creating a huge financial burden ultimately borne by taxpayers, and we need to start aligning our recycling markets and consumer advocates. We need companies to start using recycled material to create their products, ensure those products are made in a way that can also be recycled again to new products. It's hard for consumers to reward good actors right now and make the right choice in what they're buying to buy recycled content if products aren't properly labeled, so we respectfully urge a favorable report.
Okay, Sherry Wilson, who was a former MD secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein. It's really great to see you all. I am here on behalf of Trash Free Maryland, which is Maryland's only advocacy organization dedicated solely to the issues of trash and litter. Those are two hard acts to follow. I think the only thing I can really add is that, as we've heard this afternoon already, getting at trash and litter is it needs a multi-pronged strategy. And one approach isn't going to do it all. If it were easy, we would have solved this long ago. And we'll talk about a policy strategy in a few minutes. But for any of these strategies to work, it has to be predicated on a system that we all have confidence in. And as you've heard, the recycling labeling is not working. And I'll say, as past Secretary of MDE and having worked there for many, many years, every day I have a question myself about whether something is recyclable. Friends ask me, I have to think, wait, which jurisdiction am I in? You know, and it's very complicated. And I think that this would level the playing field and get an accurate baseline in place so that all of these other efforts can be successful. So we look forward to working with Delegate Love on the amendments, and really thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to go next? There you go. Give us your, and don't push the button.
Thank you to the chair, vice chair, and members of the committee. My name is Casey Hunter. I'm the Outreach and Engagement Coordinator for Common Cause Maryland, here supporting House Bill 31, which would implement common sense updates to plastic recycling labeling and protect consumers from deceptive environmental marketing claims. So I'll start by addressing the plastics labeling component of the bill that we've already discussed. So it seems pretty straightforward, recycling, but even some of the most responsible consumers may be surprised by its nuance and challenges. As Delegate Love said, not everything with that recycling symbol can actually be recycled. And naturally, seeing that, you would think that that would be the case. But you have to look at that little number. So I have a minor in sustainability studies, and the first time that I really fully understood and found out about looking for those little numbers was preparing to testify on this bill last session. So to make matters even more challenging, as stated, different counties recycle different numbers, leaving it up to the consumer to research the policies of the location that they're in. And this oftentimes leads to things ending up in there that aren't able to be recycled, leading to recycling contamination. So in addition to improving labeling requirements, it would also implement important standards for producer transparency and consumer protection. Now more than ever, consumers are making purchasing decisions based on the marketed eco-friendliness of products, and many companies are taking advantage of these changing demand behaviors, trying to capitalize on this shift by making sometimes exaggerated or even entirely false marketing claims about the environmental impact of their products. So HB 31 would establish clear restrictions for producers making claims about the environmental impact of their products and supply chains and hold them accountable if they're found to be misleading their customers. Consumers want to do the right thing, and it should not be burdensome for consumers to confidently make decisions that align with their values. Common Cause Maryland strongly urges a favorable report.
Okay, we still have a number of people who are signed up, so we're going to go through all of them prior to getting to questions. I believe Greg Costa is signed up in favor of this bill. So Greg? Against? Okay. All right. Let's see. Chaz Miller is favorable with amendments, so let's hear from you. And then we have a number of virtual individuals, so go ahead, Chaz.
Okay, one quick correction. As it turns out, our amendment has been accepted by the wisdom of the sponsor.
Aha.
But we do support this bill. Truth in labeling is one of our legislative priorities. Our members have seen too many instances when well-meaning Marylanders place a non-recyclable package in their bin because they mistakenly assume it's recyclable. After all, it has the chasing arrows on it. This must stop. Maryland's recycling processing facilities do an excellent job in cleaning up what we put in our recycling bins. That job, though, will be easier if people are not misled by symbols that falsely imply a package is recyclable. The requirements in this bill are reasonable. They have the same threshold for recyclability as found in the FTC's green guides. It will enhance the ability of local governments and MRF operators to increase recycling in Maryland and to sell raw materials for recycling. And we look forward to working with Delegate Love as this bill moves forward.
All righty then. Let's go to, I guess we're going to go to the, make sure I'm not missing someone. We're going to go to the virtual witnesses. Jennifer Albero is with us, I hope. Is she with us? Okay, Jennifer Albero, you're on.
Hi. Let me.
We can hear you. We can't see you yet.
I'm working on that.
Okay.
Well, how about if I just start my testimony?
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and start.
Okay.
Start the clock up again.
It's not climate change that needs to be tackled. It's the political power of the fossil fuel industry. Richard Dennis, chief economist. That is why society needs to stop the plastic industry's push for recycling this nightmare, which is plastic trash. It's completely confusing for the average consumer because there's no rhyme or reason to the codes. We use a 5-gallon water bottle in our office. Some are labeled 1s and some are labeled 7s. They look exactly the same. There's no difference by looking at them without looking at that plastic symbol. Here we are basically a MRF. We do not do single stream recycling. It's all divided up. And we use work release inmates to sort that plastic recycling. And unfortunately, they struggle to try and get the numbers right. We can only find markets for numbers 1 and 2. The rest goes onto the landfill. And it's not only hard for us to find markets to recycle our baled recycling products, but it's also difficult to get it over the bridge to a location where it can actually be recycled. So we have many challenges here on the Eastern Shore. And basically, instead of the plastic industry spending millions on buying votes and convincing the public that it's an easily recyclable product, how about we actually find ways to be transparent about the actual chemical compounds each plastic product is composed of, and just how dangerous those chemicals are for consumers and the environment. We're all moving away from fossil fuels for vehicles, which is wonderful. So how did the industry continue making billions? They ramp up production of plastic packaging, trash, and convince us all that we're the crazy ones if we don't recycle it. It just needs to stop being their future cash cow at the cost of every living creature on Earth. And unfortunately, all of that, the number 5s, which are food containers, we cannot find a market for. So all that goes in the landfill.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, let's go to Heidi Sanborn. Heidi, I hope you're parked so that you're not driving and being unsafe.
I'm absolutely parked. Thank
Great.
you for your caring about my health and everybody else's. I'm Heidi Sanborn. I'm the director of the National Stewardship Action Council. I'm based here in Sacramento, California, and I was chair of the California Recycling Commission for 2 years. One of the recommendations of the commission and what we realized is we couldn't solve the contamination in the recycling process until we dealt with the labeling problem. And we made a lot of recommendations around labeling on defining compostable and recyclable, and we passed bills in 2001 to address both. This bill does what we did in California, and we highly encourage you to move forward doing the same. Because at the end of the day, the public cannot help us and buy the right products if they're mislabeled, claiming recyclability or compostability or anything else, and with labels that are misleading. And then people think they're buying the right thing, and then they try to do the right thing and put it in a recycling bin when it shouldn't be there. And that adds to the cost of the system. It causes our rates to go up, and it causes a contamination of the good recyclables, which then we can't market at higher prices. So I highly encourage you to support this bill. It would be wonderful if we could harmonize it and make it national someday. And I encourage you to take this on. The federal government does not have direction on labeling. They've got guidance through the green guides, and we're commenting on those, trying to improve them, but there is no standard. And I strongly support this bill and thank Delegate Love for introducing it.
Okay, let's next turn to Martin Wolf. Mr. Wolf, are you with us? Not with us. Okay, no Wolf. I cried wolf. And okay, Cindy Dillon. There we go. Cindy, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the committee. I am Cindy Dillon, the Lower Eastern Shore representative to the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste team, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Chapter 70,000 members and supporters in support of HB 31 with amendments. As other people have already pointed out, we all struggle with the dilemma of whether to toss or recycle some of these things, and it could be a plastic grocery bag or a detergent bottle. We notice the chasing arrows with the resin number inside and think, oh, it must be recyclable, and yet that's not necessarily true because many products, plastic products with chasing arrows, can't be recycled in Maryland, either because there's no market for the resin or recycling services are unavailable. One of the problems is that these items are contaminating the recycling stream or ending up in the landfill or an incinerator. And some of them, like plastic bags, can foul the recycling machinery and force a costly shutdown. You already know what HB 31 will do because Delegate Love explained it so carefully, so I'm not going to go through that again. I did want to mention, though, that in allowing the products and packaging to be labeled recyclable, I don't think anybody else has mentioned that one of the very important things in this bill is that they're not made from materials that contain PFAS, and that's the so-called forever chemicals. So in sum, HB 31 would help take the guesswork out of recycling for consumers and reduce contamination of the recycling stream. Consumers would be able to make informed choices when purchasing products, knowing they are truly recyclable. We've been working with Delegate Love to further strengthen the bill, one by adding the requirement that the materials must not simply be collected by recycling facilities, but they need to be routinely recycled into new products. And also by applying any penalties for a violation on a per container basis. So with these amendments, the Sierra Club respectfully requests favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's everybody who intends to support the bill in some fashion. So we have some questions. The first one goes to Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the bill, Delegate. My question is for the witness from California, if she's still online. It's so wonderful that we could do this online. Uh-oh, but maybe not.
Well, you wouldn't be violating the law in California if you were driving, maybe, but you would be in Maryland. So.
I think I'm talking about the witness who testified on the bill that passed in California and is. Okay, are you the same person that was just a little while ago?
Yes.
My question is about the program in California. Do you have a mechanism for tracking the success of making this change now that you've done it?
Well, I can tell you that we've already received comments from companies that they're already changing their labeling. In fact, if you do this, it's only going to help harmonize labeling. We have 40 million people in California.
Let me clarify my question. I'm not as, I'm more interested in the effect on the actual consumers. I mean, are they really going to make a difference, or is it just going to be too much trouble not to just put everything plastic into the recycling bin and not even read whether there's a label on it or whatever? I mean, how effective is this actually going to be to cleaning up the waste stream?
We believe a lot. I mean, the changes aren't going to happen until we actually get, sorry, I actually had already started moving the car and I'm going to pull over here.
Please do.
Actually started, yeah. So I'm going to pull over right now for everybody's safety.
We won't have to send a state trooper out to Sacramento.
Correct. Please don't. So, but the Consumer Brands Association actually did a study that said that I think it was 82%, I don't have it in front of me, of the public associated the recycling chasing arrow symbol with recyclability. So the brands know that's why they fought so hard to against the bill, because they know that this is sending the signal that it is recyclable to the public. That's by their own words. So I'd be happy to share that study with you.
Does the California program have any kind of study or report about the effectiveness of the program now that it's been passed?
Well, passing a bill, as you know, does not mean it's been fully implemented, and we haven't implemented yet. We've got, in fact, the companies have until July 1 of 2025 to change the labeling,
thank you.
or they can't sell until
Correct answer is no. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next question goes to Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm asking this question for the Vice Chair who had to leave to go to another committee. On page 8 of the bill, it talks about, on lines 1 through 4, the product or packages is of a material type and form that is collected for recycling in jurisdictions that collectively encompass at least 60% of the state population. And the question is, does MDE, would MDE require or would be required or create and maintain a database that meets this requirement?
Delegate Holmes, the question,
Go ahead.
The question is whether MDE would maintain a database
would be-
tracking the 60%?
Yeah, would they be required to create or maintain a database that meets that requirement as it states here on the bill?
Well, obviously I can't speak for them, but I do believe that to implement this, that's how you would do it, and it's something that is done. I think it's doable, and yes, I think it would require them to do it, to implement it.
So the answer is yes, then they would be required to then. Okay.
Delegate Naraki, turn this off here. There we
Mr.
go.
Chair. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Delegate, or maybe one of the members of the panel, just trying to get some historical perspective so I understand this a little bit better. Was there a historical reason that this has been included on other types of plastic? And then a second sort of part to that question, are some of these plastic products recyclable in other markets? And is that why it's like on the packaging? I'm just trying to understand why we have the symbol on products that can't be recycled.
It goes back to 1988, maybe actually even 1987, when the only plastics that were being collected for recycling were PET bottles and milk jugs. And MRFs were much more primitive. There was a lot of hand sorting. So the idea was the people at the MRFs could grab the thing, know if it's the right thing, and keep it on the belt. That's 30 years ago. And it was intended at such a small universe, whereas now we recycle the curbside far more types of plastics.
Actually, they have former executives of the Plastics Council admitting that they knew that it wasn't recyclable, but that this would cause people to think it was recyclable. It's all a part of that really funny video you're going to get.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair. Delegate, literally, they went around from state to state to state to put this in state law because they knew it would be a marketing ploy. They knew that the product wasn't recyclable, but that would get people to buy it. And then to your question about whether these things, there's a market somewhere else, there's not. I mean, like the number 6 can't be recycled in the entire state of Maryland. I don't know if it can be recycled anywhere. A lot of the other things in Montgomery County, we can take number 5, but other places can't. So that's why there are some standards in there about what can be, how it can be determined whether to be recycled. But the answer is no, there's not another market out there somewhere that we're just not tapping.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Question from one of our colleagues from Economic Matters, Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very quickly, and anybody can speak to this, one of the concerns on California Bill SB 343, and I'm reviewing that bill now, one of the concerns was, quote, products with long-standing recycling regimes such as batteries and products covered under voluntary product stewardship programs will be prohibited from making recyclability claims and communicating with consumers on the available methods for recycling these products via existing California recycling infrastructure. Would anybody want to speak to that and speak to how the bill remedies that in Maryland?
So as I read this bill, that would not necessarily be, it would not be a false marketing claim, so there wouldn't be an issue. If you were saying that the batteries were recyclable, in fact they're not, then yeah, that's a problem, but I don't think we should have that problem.
Okay, so there'd be no negative impact to anything that we have in place. And just very quickly as a follow-up, SB 343 will directly conflict with labeling requirements in 29 other states, Japan, and the EU.
That's because they went around and put them in other states. So, I mean, I don't know how else to answer that.
Well,
Go ahead.
To me, the part of what we're trying to accomplish here is to get this in place here for our consumers, but also to replicate this across, the country, because it's a problem not just in this state, it's a problem in every state. So it would be different, but as we've seen many times before, when Maryland acts, other states follow. So we're, once again, out.
Is there any concern, Maryland and California economies are vastly different in the scale and the size. Is there any concern that the plastic industry or any industry that deals in this type of these type of plastics would just cut Maryland out? I mean, I could understand a company not wanting to cut out an economy the size and scale of California. It's, I think, the 8th largest in the world ultimately, but as far as Maryland is concerned, we're much smaller. So from a return on investment standpoint, is there any concern that a company may just say, well, we're just not going to provide to Maryland these products anymore?
Honestly, Delegate, I'm not concerned about that. I think for a couple of reasons. One, there are a number of plastics that are recyclable, so that there are a number of them that are going to still have this. Secondly, they want to market their products to Marylanders. And I guess my third comment would be, I don't think that we should allow companies to lie to our consumers and then make us as taxpayers have to pay for that lie just so they can market a product. They should actually tell us the truth in marketing their product to us.
I agree with that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions before we go to the opponents of the bill? Okay, we'll go to the opponents of the bill, and they would be Sarah Price and Greg Costa. Yeah, who would like to go first?
I'll go ahead first. Thank you very much, Chairman. I feel like we're coming into something I wasn't exactly expecting, because I want to say that the Consumer Brands Association agrees with a lot of what was just said. It's a question of how we go about it. The chasing arrow symbol is something that's used across the country, and I think that was already said to you. Far from being a lie to consumers, there are different requirements in different states. What our members are trying to do is to follow the green guides. Those are currently under review, and we invite the state of Maryland and all of the participants here to weigh in on the green guides and make sure that this national standard is reflective of what the state of Maryland wants and reflective of what consumers want across the country. The fact of the matter is that packaging is a national issue, and I don't think that the size of Maryland's economy makes it any less viable to my members, as somebody observed a minute ago. Of course, my members would like to market to all of the people of Maryland. That's not an issue at all, and despite the size of California, it's not as though they'd say, well, we'll abandon Maryland and go to California. It's actually not even really possible because of the modern distribution systems that we have. We're simply requesting that you weigh in on the green guides, which is being handled by the Biden administration's Federal Trade Commission. And the other thing that I would add to this is that if something is thought to be a lie to the consumer, we have the Maryland Consumer Protection Act, which applies to all Maryland businesses with few exceptions, but those exceptions do not include consumer products. There is a vehicle there for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Sarah Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am still Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association, opposed to this bill for largely the same reasons as the last one. We don't think it should be handled at the state level. While the differences in the sizes of our economy compared to California's are both true and potentially negligible, the differences in our recycling infrastructure are not, because the requirements in this bill are based on our recycling infrastructure here at home and what can be recycled by 60% of people here. We do think that this proposal would impact the availability of products in Maryland. One issue that I found is that the definition of plastic bottle reads to me as being broad enough to capture products packaged in tubes, like lotion and sunscreen. My understanding is that tube packaging typically is not recyclable. So any product that comes in a tube and has more than 8 ounces of product in it would not be available to be sold in Maryland should this pass, is my understanding. It also has been said that the other states that have chasing arrows laws, those are only on the books because the industry went around and that was a marketing ploy. Whether or not that's the case, it doesn't change the fact that those laws are still on the books. And so regardless of the reason that they were passed, those laws still need to be followed in those states that have them in place. And as I said before, manufacturers do not isolate their packaging products for individual states. So that is going to be a problem for the states that they still need to follow this in. Ultimately, we feel that the recyclability of individual numbered items, that is an infrastructure problem, and contaminated waste streams are a community education problem, and we think that that is where we should be focusing our efforts on this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, before I recognize the questions, I will send you a copy of that video which has the executives admitting that they knew it wasn't true. And if it is incorrect, I will count upon you to point out the error in that video, because the reason I didn't put that on right here is that I haven't had a chance to my satisfaction to completely vet the video. I mean, there have been other instances where I've had videos on recycling that I shared with UMCs, and they had all their research scientists look at it, and they said, yeah, this is factually correct. It was a 4-minute video that I showed to the committee a couple of years ago. Haven't had a chance to do that with this one, so I wouldn't presume to present it as being the gospel truth. So let's go to the questions. Delegate Terraza.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Costa, I'm confused by what you said there. You said that various things are recyclable in different states, but there are chasing arrows around items that are not recyclable in any state. Isn't that the case?
I do not know that to be the case. That does not mean that it isn't.
But do you know of any place they can do a 6, for example?
Crofton accepts 6s.
Crofton does.
I mean, I don't know about every single county, but I live in Anne Arundel County. When I moved here, I called the county to ask what can I put in recycling, what can I not put in recycling, because I didn't want my household to be contributing to the contaminated waste stream. And the website for the county for plastics, it just says that they accept like bottles, buckets, typical, it didn't go into the numbers. And so I wanted to know what numbers can I not put in. And after a roundabout conversation with the county, they finally said, well, we take everything except 6s in the curbside pickup, but if you want to recycle 6s, you can take it to the facility in Crofton.
Okay, so somewhere in a conversation you had with somebody a while back, you heard that they might be recycling 6s.
Right. I can confirm with the county and let you know. I mean.
Okay, but so do we know what number? I mean, like if you guys don't know which numbers are recyclable and where, how would the consumer know that?
The problem is there are 10,000 different recycling jurisdictions in the country. It just happens to work out that way. There are places where rules are made up at the state level, they're interpreted at the county level, but then each municipality gets to decide what's recyclable because of the infrastructure that's at their ready. Those are the facts. I look forward to seeing the chairman's video.
I'm interested in your response to that.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I look forward to seeing the chairman's video, but that is news to me. I've been with this organization for 15 years and have not seen that. But again, with the 10,000 recycling districts, we're trying to just keep this nationalized. And there are certainly going to be things that aren't recyclable in Maryland that are recyclable in New York or New
Okay,
Jersey.
but you don't know what's recyclable, whether everything with a chasing arrow is recyclable.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to push back a little on something you said about products potentially not being available in Maryland. And I will turn it into a question because I know this is Jeopardy. It seems to me that consumers buy things that they know can't be recycled. And companies sell things that they know they can't market that way. So to me, this is just a matter of, you know, it's the same thing as labeling something organic when it isn't. It's really just a truth in advertising thing. And I don't see why you think we would be going without things in tubes.
Well, if the product can't be recycled, my read on the bill was that an item has to be able to be recycled to have a chasing arrow symbol on it. And if it doesn't have a chasing arrow symbol on it, it can't be sold in the state. Oh, okay, that's, can you?
Well, we'll sort out.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make any false claims. That was my understanding, so please correct me if I'm wrong on that. But that was our concern as a result of that.
Thank you.
It was my understanding as well. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for these witnesses? Thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 31, second on Sarapalooza, House Bill 284, EPR.
Yeah, please. Okay, round two. My apologies to our colleagues from Economic Matters. I did not greet you last time, so I will greet you first. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues. Again, it is still Sarapalooza, round two. I am here to present to you HB 284, which would create a producer responsibility program for packaging. This is a program that shifts the cost of recycling from taxpayers through our local governments to the producers of the packaging, and it incentivizes producers to make more sustainable packaging choices. So as we've talked about a little bit before, currently Maryland taxpayers bear the sole burden of paying for waste hauling, waste collecting, and recycling. Yet neither we nor the local governments have any say in what that packaging is. We just have to bear the financial cost regardless of what packaging producers decide to use. And for a while, it wasn't so bad. Jurisdictions were making money on selling certain products. For example, in 2010, Baltimore City earned $600,000 from its recycling program. But in 2019, it cost the city $1.6 million. In Charles County in 2015, the county made $30,000 on their recycling program. In 2019, it cost the county $700,000. So this is money that could have been put to much better use. So what does 284 do? Well, it starts off by saying MDE must conduct a needs assessment. So it'll undertake a full assessment of our system in partnership with stakeholders and assess the state of recycling and composting infrastructure processes in the state. After that, producers that make packaging choices for products in Maryland will create a producer responsibility organization. Each PRO creates a plan that must be approved by MDE, and this plan will include performance goals for reducing packaging, using post-consumer recycled content in packaging, increasing the recyclability of packaging, and how the PRO will reimburse governments for recycling services and fund the modernization of recycling structure. Once implemented, how this is going to work is that producers will pay an eco-modulated fee. So if you produce more packaging and packaging that is not sustainable, you will pay more. If you produce less packaging and packaging that is more sustainable, you will pay less. And that money goes to fund the local governments. So what we're doing is we're shifting the responsibility and the financial burden to the people that actually make the choices of our products. Now, you saw me lift up that red Solo cup earlier. That's a number 6. That costs Montgomery County $135 per ton. It costs us. The same exact cup that is a number 1 cup, we can recycle that for a profit of $375 per ton. Right now, there is no incentive for producers to create that number 6 or that number 1. But with a producer responsibility program, they actually have that incentive. This is not a new concept for Maryland. We've got producer responsibility programs for batteries, for electronics, for tires, and hopefully soon for paint, if the Senate does their job. It's also not new around the world. A lot of other countries have this. For example, in the EU, they receive $5.5 billion annually from the packaging industry to fund its recycling system. It's gaining support around our country with bipartisan support. 4 states currently have it, and several other states are considering it. So with that, I will turn it over to my panel, and I ask for a favorable report.
Before I go to your panel, and ordinarily I would wait until the very end here, but I was actually approached by this group. One of the people who were opposed were the American Forest and Paper Association. Their argument is that they already have a high rate of recycling, and so while you're still fresh and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, how do you feel about that argument?
So they do have a high recycling rate, and that's one of the reasons why we have decided in this bill to create the opportunity for multiple PROs. And so they would be able to have their own producer responsibility organization, and they would pay a very, very small fee because their product is so recyclable, as opposed to the producer of that number 6, where it's not recyclable.
Okay, let's go to who would like to speak first?
You have all the stuff.
Go for it.
Okay, sure.
Give us your name, please.
Hello, Chair and Vice Chair, and my colleagues from Prince George's County. I am the Director of the Department of Environment in Prince George's County, and I reside in Delegate Holmes
And
District.
your name is?
Andrea Crooms.
Okay.
Sorry, missed that part. I also am a materials engineer and served as the U.S. government's primary advisor on environmental goods and environmental supply chains under 2 presidents, actually under 3, but one of them didn't listen. So this is all of your choices. I'm going to educate you on one product, just to try to get you to understand how a PRO would work. So one product, you go out, you buy laundry detergent. We all buy laundry detergent. All of these items are laundry detergent. But I, as a person who runs a recycling center, and incidentally the most advanced recycling infrastructure in the state is in Prince George's County. If it cannot be recycled in Prince George's County, it cannot be recycled. And so we accept everything 1 through 7. But sometimes we can't sell those things. Sometimes those things are not marketable, and then they become residuals, and then they go to the landfill. But for the most part, we are able to send things out. Sometimes we pay to send them out. Sometimes we are able to make money on them. You could go out to the grocery store and choose any of these items. Some of these are PET. This is PET colored orange. Some of them are HDPE, which is PET is number 1. HDPE is number 2. Some of them get down into your like LDPEs that really aren't recyclable. And in fact, I was very happy to see that these don't have the chasing arrows on them because they are really not recyclable in most instances. But I can market this one that is clear-ish, for about $375 a ton. I can market this one, once you add a bunch of dye to it, about $114 a ton. These I pay to get rid of. This I pay to get rid of. And this, even though it's PET, which is the largest in demand item, and actually PET bottles at this point, recycled material sells for a higher cost because of the bottle industry's PRO than non-recycled plastics. It is something that I still wind up not being able to market as high. So what I'm saying is that they could make the choice. And all we're asking them to do is to form a PRO and make the choice. And either they pay me to take care of these, or they put it in this. It's all the same stuff.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein. For the record, my name is Dan Felton. I'm Executive Director of AmeriPen, the American Institute for Packaging and the Environment. We're a U.S.-based trade association that represents the entire packaging value chain. So that's material suppliers, packaging manufacturers, the brand owners, or for the purposes of this bill, the producers who use that packaging. We also have recyclers within our membership. This is a core issue for AmeriPen. We've been working on it for several years. We've been deeply involved in the 4 states that have passed this, and we support packaging producer responsibility and policy solutions that are results-based, effective and efficient, and equitable and fair. Regarding House Bill 284, we believe that meets those requirements, and I'm here today to therefore support the bill. It is unusual for Ameripan to take this step. We have only supported 2 other bills in the history of Ameripan on this particular issue, and that's because we believe this bill strikes the right balance. Is it a perfect bill? No, no bill is ever perfect. However, we do recognize a lot of work has gone into this with Delegate Love, with Senator Augustine, who's sponsoring the Senate companion to this bill, Comptroller Learman, who worked on this last year, and we believe it's headed in the right direction. We are here to continue to work on the bill. We recognize there's issues, and in my written testimony, some of those issues are brought forward. We'd like to continue to discuss, and we encourage all other stakeholders who care deeply about this issue, and we know there's a lot of them, will come to the table with us and work on these issues as well. My written testimony highlights a couple things today in regards to composting and compostable packaging for your thought, as well as the needs assessment, which is a critical element of this bill, and a few thoughts on that. And again, want to encourage the committee to move this bill forward with a favorable recommendation. I also want to say some of the other bills that are being heard this afternoon tie in directly to this issue. I've submitted written testimony on those other bills today, but we do see a path forward under a good producer responsibility program that can actually address some of those issues you are discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Go ahead, Dom.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I want to thank the delegate for putting in such a good and important bill. I want to echo a lot of the things that she highlighted. Counties and really taxpayers are the ones who are operating and paying for most of the infrastructure for recycling. I want to break this down to be a little bit more simple, though, for everyone. You have a choice in front of you. So right now, a private company makes a choice on how they are going to package their material, and then it is up to taxpayers to pay for that choice. Those resources then go into recycling, but then they don't go into issues that also come before this committee, like housing, which is huge, like infrastructure, like education, like parks. So this legislation shifts that balance, and it makes producers a stakeholder for which right now they're not being a good stakeholder. I mean, we just heard how many things right there can't be sold. And so then the taxpayer, the people who voted for you are paying for that. The counties are paying for that. And then I'm coming to this committee asking you guys for resources for other programs that are just as important. So because of that, counties do urge a favorable report. I do want to point to that the Maryland Recycling Network has some amendments that do serve to smooth some of the rough edges of this bill. It is not perfect, but it is pretty close, and I definitely think we can get there. So again, MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sherry Wilson with Trash Free Maryland. Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the committee, appreciate your attention to this issue. We talked earlier about policies that can make a real difference in Maryland and get rid of some of this litter and trash, and this is definitely one of them. I want to just focus quickly on 2 issues. One is this bill sets up a framework that starts with a very comprehensive needs assessment to look at all the economics of what we're able to recycle now, what the opportunities are, what we're missing, what our infrastructure needs, everything we need to get a robust framework in place. And it goes from there, and it goes into the planning process, public participation, and then ultimately is implemented. So this is a framework that will give us the space to sort out some of these issues that we've heard this afternoon. And then secondly, I just wanted to talk about the timing of this. If you were to pass this bill, and I so hope you do this year, it will still be many years before we have this in place. This lays out a very well thought out timeline in terms of how to implement this. And so producer responsibility plans would not be available to us all until 2027 at the earliest, and pragmatically possibly a little bit later. And so those are 5-year plans. And so, we'll be seeing the results of this, in 2029, 2030, which is why it's important, we feel, to do this year so we can get underway with this process. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay. Who would like to speak next? I got so many people signed up here. Emily Scarr, Dom already spoke, Maggie Ostendahl, Greg, is this one of the ones you like? Come on up, you're the next contestant. You're going to be the next contestant.
I can get us started while they come up. For the record, my name is Emily Scarr. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG here in support of HB 284. Maryland PIRG and our sister organization, Environment Maryland, are pleased to support producer responsibility legislation to improve recycling programs in Maryland, reduce waste, and save taxpayers money. Since January 1st, Environment Maryland canvassers have been knocking on doors across the state, perhaps in some of your districts, talking to your constituents about this bill. They've talked to over 3,000 Marylanders and say it's great. Marylanders would agree that it's time to hold producers responsible for the plastic they're selling. In my written testimony, I refer to a report we released recently, Breaking the Waste Cycle, which details how producer responsibility laws have been a proven effective approach in reducing waste and improving recycling. It's no secret that we have a plastic problem. A fun fact, in the US, we throw out enough plastic approximately every 11 hours to fill up Ravens Stadium, and that amount is increasing. As I said before, recycling won't solve this problem alone, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't improve our recycling as best we can. So that's why it's important that this bill not only encourages more recyclable packaging, but also sets goals for waste reduction at the source. Maryland has been a leader on this issue, as came up earlier on our being the first state to ban foam food packaging, and we certainly encourage you to keep that leadership role by passing this bill. We respectfully urge a favorable report.
Okay, Greg.
I hope I didn't end up in the wrong bucket again, because we do have a couple of suggestions for the
You were supposed to write favorable with amendments, but that's okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, again. I feel very much at home now after all my trips here today. We do, on behalf of Consumer Brands Association, we do favor this concept very much, and thank Delegate Love for putting this bill in and for working so hard with industry to make some changes from last year. And collectively, a lot of work has been done over time to really improve this bill. And I thank them. I'm new to Maryland on behalf of my association, so I'm kind of coming into this at a late stage. We do think that a little bit more work can continue on, and we are particularly would like to amend the bill to permit only one producer responsibility organization rather than multiple. We feel as though the economies of scale, and for a variety of reasons, this model would work much better, and look forward to discussing that as time goes on. I think that our concerns, I've submitted testimony on this, and the principles of our industry are listed there, and I don't want to take up any of your time now on that, but we look forward to working with you and hope that this bill can reach the finish line, because I think it's a first step in many of the things we talked about today. So I think we'd like to continue working and again, see this make it with a couple of changes to the governor's desk. I'll end there and wanted to make one comment, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure that the folks in that video are Consumer Brands brand chairman, but rather the people that manufacture the material. You kind of took me.
Manufactured the material.
Yeah, see, that takes me aback a little bit. For one thing, I don't represent those guys.
Oh no,
but
I didn't
two,
mean to imply that. If I implied that, I apologize. That's not.
I
what
simply
meant.
must have misunderstood, but I
Okay.
felt horrible sitting in front of you with that kind of information out there.
No, I would have been pretty furious if I thought you were responsible.
Thank
for
you.
it.
My brand members don't do business that way. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
All right. Okay, and you are?
I'm Maggie.
Okay.
Chair Barve and members of the committee, thank you so much for your important work on this issue and for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Maggie Ostaw. I'm the Conservation Policy Manager at the National Aquarium. Stopping plastic pollution is one of National Aquarium's 3 strategic conservation goals. As you've all heard, the plastic pollution crisis has been well documented. Global plastic production has outpaced any other manufactured material, with a substantial portion of plastics manufactured used for packaging. Municipalities in Maryland, like others around the nation, around the world, were unable to keep up with the sheer volume of plastic waste. We have not turned down the tap. More than half of all plastic ever made is now accumulating in landfills or in the environment. Globally, more than 8 million metric tons of plastic enters aquatic ecosystems each year. The ocean doesn't have testimony on its behalf, but it is our life support system. And right now, the equivalent of more than a dump truck full of plastic is going into the ocean every single minute. Plastic breaks down into smaller pieces, endangers wildlife, contaminates the global food web, and transports toxins that are harmful to human health. So wildlife are bearing the environmental costs of our mismanaged waste, and as you've heard, municipalities and taxpayers are bearing economic ones. So establishing EPR for packaging materials will ensure that producers share responsibility for and materially contribute to the rising costs of managing the waste that's created by products that they put on the market. We applaud particularly that this bill contains a waste reduction goal, which is critical for accountability and to make effective progress towards reducing that waste. A variety of the bills we've heard today, including post-consumer recycled content and product labeling standards, together with an EPR framework, producer responsibility framework for packaging, that's in this bill, they're all components of necessary systemic change that's needed to help reduce plastic pollution and its harmful impacts on our wildlife, ecosystems, and people. With this legislation, Maryland has the opportunity to improve producer accountability for waste management and reduce the burden placed on taxpayers. So thank you again for your work, and we urge a favorable report.
Okay, I think next is going to be who? Oh, go ahead.
No, we were all
No,
good.
you spoke.
I can go again. You want to hear it again?
No, that's all right. Hold on. Martha Ainsworth should be here someplace. Oh, there she is. Okay. And Chaz Miller and Jacob Cassidy and Ellen Valentino, you're favorable with the amendment? Come on up.
Somebody left this.
Oh, I don't know whose that is.
They'll figure it out.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon again, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and committee members. I'm still Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, speaking on behalf of the Chapter 70,000 members and supporters in support of HB 284 with amendments to strengthen accountability for results. The objective of HB 284 is to provide a framework for modernizing and improving Maryland's waste and recycling systems, including improving reuse and recycling and reducing waste, by making producers of packaging responsible for minimizing their environmental and social impacts at all stages of their life. The Sierra Club supports the bill for advancing this objective. To ensure producer responsibility for packaging, however, there must be incentives for producers to redesign their packaging to minimize waste and make packaging reusable and recyclable. There must be strong public oversight and accountability to ensure that the targets are met. We respectfully request 2 amendments to strengthen the program's effectiveness and accountability. First, although the bill title suggests that the objective is to reduce packaging materials, the only target is a 25% reduction in packaging material waste, and there's no financial incentive for achieving it. So we recommend that the bill define what packaging material waste is and how it will be measured, and imposing a penalty for each producer of 20 cents per pound of material short of the 25% target. Our second amendment, building on the success of producer responsibility programs for beverage containers across the country and the world, incorporate an additional program target, a beverage container recycling rate of 90% in the first 5 years, and a 10-cent penalty per container short of the target. Or pass a separate beverage container deposit program in parallel with this bill, and a deposit bill is in play this session. We respectfully request a favorable support on HB 284 with these amendments.
Okay. Yes, Chaz, why don't you go next?
I'm Chaz Miller. The Maryland Recycling Network has a long history of supporting EPR, including paint and other products. We support funding local government recycling programs to the greatest extent possible, as does this bill. We support local governments and materials recovery facilities, also known as MRFs, owners continuing to control their collection and processing operations, as does this bill. We support HB 284 with amendments and have submitted written comments and suggested changes. Some of the changes we're suggesting may seem minor. For instance, the funding formula for transportation covers costs to the nearest recycling facility, because 2 of the 3 publicly owned MRFs limit their use to in-county recyclables, many counties will be closest to a MRF they simply cannot use. Some counties use out-of-state MRFs, particularly on the, we see this particularly in the Eastern Shore. Local governments in northern Prince George's County are closest to a MRF in Howard County. All local governments should simply be reimbursed for transportation of the MRF of their choice. We would strike the authorization of a separate container deposit system without legislative debate on this occasionally controversial proposal's merits. Local governments rely on the revenues from those containers. They need to be cushioned against that loss. The advisory council is important, but it lacks the power of consent, and oddly, members of the producer group are part of this council, even though they approved the plan the council is discussing. This doesn't make any sense. I want to conclude by saying EPR for packaging is simple in concept, but complex in execution. We need to get it right the first time. Thank you.
Hi, Jacob Cassidy. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jacob Cassidy. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. AHAM members manufacture major portable and floor care appliances. AHAM is favorable, but would like to see certain amendments to the legislation. And those are outlined in my written comments to greater detail, but one such amendment is that packaging recycled outside of the scope of the residential system is exempted. Oregon law has a provision that provides this. It requires reporting that material is not just recovered, but it is recycled. And then Ontario in Canada has a blue box regulation on this as well. We'd like to see that producers get credit for previous reductions in their packaging, that if you've been a good actor and you've been trying to reduce your packaging, you should not be penalized for either for your inability to increase that in a short amount of time, or at least some sort of acknowledgement that you've been working at this. Actually, a bad actor could quickly get to 25%. Whereas it'd be a little harder for others. And then allow the producer to participate in a collective and or an individual pro that as they are collecting their own materials as part of their delivery, which, jumping backwards, outside of the scope of the residential, when a major appliance is delivered as part of the installation, that packaging is taken and returned in the delivery chain. So that packaging never enters the municipal waste stream or the household residential waste stream. Finally, I just want to note that recovery rate, as we talk about recovery rate, is not recycling rate, and these are two very different things that I just want the committee to note. There's greater conversation on that in my written comments, and I will refer you to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ellen Valentino next, and then Matt Gove and Pam Casemeyer. And then we'll go to the virtual, I guess Matt Gove is virtual. We'll go to Pam Casemeyer next, and we'll do the virtual people last.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. My name's Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing Maryland's local manufacturing and distribution soft drink companies. We have 5 manufacturing facilities in Maryland and over 19 distribution. And I only say that to set the stage to tell you how important this issue is for us and our packaging. These are beverages we make here in Maryland. We do have a commitment, and based on previous testimony, I want you to know that our bottles are leading by example. Our packaging is leading by example. And we urge everybody listening to recycle their bottles and keep the cap on, because we are the ones that are working with your local governments in local partnerships like in Baltimore City. And at this point in time, although markets change, one of the primary funders for the local recycling programs underway. We do think that EPR is the future, but we think that this bill has some significant challenges and is very complex. One of the things that we urge this committee, whether it's this bill, bottle deposits, or some of the ones you heard here today, we really believe that all good data needs to precede good policy. And there is a vacuum here with respect to moving forward. And the data, I think, as policymakers, you will need, whether you're a supporter of bottle deposits, whether you're a supporter of EPR, before there can really be a true evaluation. One of the things I heard is, oh, this is just a skeleton. Let's get started. No, this bill is not just a skeleton. This bill details EPR system that you should follow, okay? That's a mistake. We really think without this data, you need to need that in order to build what we think is the next horizon, and that is an EPR, however you choose to define it, whether that's bottle deposits or whether it's a bill similar to the one pending. So we're at the table, Mr. Chairman. We are a stakeholder. Thank you.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you
Appreciate
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Pam.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer here again on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Facility. The Maryland Delaware Solid Waste is the local chapter. We are too in support of EPR. I imagine this is one of these bills where you're beginning to say everybody supports but, and that is kind of a true statement. Chaz Miller from the Maryland Recycling Network probably echoed my comments as much as anyone, or I'm echoing his. He spoke first. It is devil's in the details. We're very supportive. There's written testimony. I don't want to go through a whole delineation of things that we think need to be changed. Many of them are small, little details. There's no recognition of collection. Every jurisdiction does it different. Maybe in some ways there's collection reimbursement. The issue of transportation to the nearest MRF has to be fixed. The removal of the bottle deposit language should be out because that's a separate and distinct discussion. So I'm not going to repeat all of those devils in the details that we think need to be addressed. They do mirror in large part what the Maryland Recycling Network has identified as well, and look forward to working with the committee.
All righty then. Well, actually, the first virtual witness is Scott Cassell. So let me go to Scott Cassell if he's still with us. Scott, you out there? Yes, there you are. Okay, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee. My name, for the record, is Scott Cassell. I'm the CEO and founder of the Product Stewardship Institute. And PSI is a 22-year-old national nonprofit organization. We develop and promote EPR policies on over 25 consumer product sectors, including packaging, paint, and mattresses also. Those are bills live in Maryland. There's every reason, in my opinion, to pass an EPR packaging bill in Maryland. There's the financial and management burden is on Maryland counties and taxpayers. The recycling costs are extremely high and unpredictable. Let me address AF&PA's comment. Packaging, paper recycling is high for them, but there's still a cost for counties, and they need to pay their fair share. They will do better under the EPR system than other materials. Governments have no control over what the producers use for their packaging. 4 states have already passed this legislation. There's a dozen others, like Maryland, that are considering bills this session. Laws have been successfully operating on EPR for over 35 years in Europe, over 15 years in Canada. There's a tremendous amount of experience. They do increase recycling rates. There's sustainable financing, and people have figured this out. We do not have to start from zero. It will save tens of millions of dollars for Maryland, communities, taxpayers. Connecticut figured out it's $50 million for them if they pass the law. That's 3 million people. Double it here in Maryland, it could be up to $100 million. It contains all the elements of a successful EPR programs. Let me address a couple of things. Maryland Beverage Association, it has an extensive needs assessment in it. There's a great deal of information that will be provided even before the program. I have some more comments, but I will end here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized?
What's your name?
Paul Nolan with McCormick. Sorry, I think I have Greg Costa's opposite problem. I signed up for support with amendment, but I don't think I made the list.
Oh.
But I did it myself online. I guess I didn't hit the save button, so I apologize.
Yes. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Paul Nolan, Vice President, Tax, Government Affairs, and Strategic Real Estate with McCormick. We're here to support with amendment the great work of Delegate Love in this area. What would our amendments be to cut to the chase? We think we actually comply in France with a PRO system there. We're a global company. We've been seeing EPR around the world. We're a major stakeholder in Maryland. This is our home. This is where we make Old Bay. We care about all the counties. We have goals for people, planet, community. For EPR, we think a single PRO is the way to start. We think that there can be segmenting over time, but we think the strength and the knowledge from people like paper recycling would help the pro at the beginning. And so we think that's actually a good way to go, and we've seen that work in France. We think there's honest debate about funding mechanisms, scope, things like that. Our second amendment is bigger tent, bring everybody to the table and really get full support for this. There's been amendments made to it over time, change over time. We think there's a little more changes that can be done to this to make this work, including greater data and inclusivity of information, plus working with the counties in terms of their investments. So I'll stop there. I'm taking as little time as possible, but we want to be at the table as a major McCormick stakeholder in the state. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I accepted you because you're McCormick, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next virtual witness, Brennan Georgiani. There we go. Brennan, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. Brennan Georgiani with the American Cleaning Institute. We represent the cleaning product manufacturers and supply chain of everything you use in the bathroom, in the kitchen, or in the laundry room, some of those products that you saw on the witness stand earlier. We have waste reduction goals. We are measuring our members' progress on making packaging more recyclable. We have members who have incorporated 100% recycled content into their packages. And so we are doing everything we can to move the needle on sustainability. And we view HB 284 as a step in that direction. We work with EPR bills around the country and around the globe, but this is the first time we are taking a position of favorable with amendments here, and we think it's because it's reasonable, it's workable, and will be effective. A couple asks that we would like the legislature to consider are making the packaging waste reduction goal, allow that to be proposed by the PRO, just like the other goals that are to be proposed by the PRO, and that would be, under review by the advisory committee and the department for approval. And another element we think should be the protection of the State Recycling Trust Fund. There's language in there about anything with a balance over $2 million being transferred over to the general fund. But we support what this fund is traditionally used for, which is grants for local recycling plans. We understand that this fund will cover the cost for the needs assessment and plan review. And so we just don't want to see money transferred away from that recycling trust fund. There's some other considerations that we would be happy to suggest. I have some written testimony, but I think the number of PROs that's been discussed is another important element that the legislature should consider. Those are my remarks. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you very much. Next, Matt Gove, Ocean City chapter of Surfrider. Matt, you were there a second ago.
Hello, I can't seem to get my video off, but that's...
Okay, we'll wait for you. There we go. All right. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for Delegate Love pushing this bill. I will pile on with the support with amendments. Here at Surfrider, we do a lot of beach cleanups, and we've been picking up many of the items that would be addressed in this bill for decades off of Maryland beaches. And I will also cut to the chase that for us, this bill cannot just be about changing who pays for recycling. We really appreciate manufacturers stepping up and saying they will pay to dispose of the products. But if that's all we do, this bill will not be a success. Everyone knows that we're finding plastics in our bodies, all of our communities, in the environment, as I mentioned. So there needs to be strong, if you want to call them incentives or penalties, in the bill, so we make sure we get actual changes in manufacturing and products that are more recyclable and less products overall, to really close the loop and make things better in Maryland. So thank you so much, Chair and the committee members.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that's literally everybody who is in favor of the bill in some way, shape, or form. So we will go to questions. The first will go to Delegate Chi from ECM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to be here. I actually have a question for the bill sponsor. For the record, I have experienced twice today Sarah Palooza, because there was 2 bills at ECM and now chased her down to ENT, 2 more bills, and I haven't got enough. So apparently,
Thank you for
yes,
your patience.
That's right. No, thank you for your leadership. So my question is quite simple. At the beginning of your bill presentation, you mentioned this dramatic shift in the cost for local government, right? For the counties. And I wonder why. Was it because of the surge in the consumer behavior that led to a lot more packaging? That maybe could be because of the COVID or whatever. But the numbers you cited seem to be from 2019, which was pre-COVID, which got me curious. Or was it because we stopped the selling to other foreign countries that used to take them, whatever? And I'm just curious, what was the root cause of the dramatic surge in price?
A lot of it has to do with the China national sword policy, when they stopped accepting our plastics. So that's a lot of it. Part of it also is the increase in contamination, so it makes it a lot harder for the local jurisdictions to take out all of the products that are contaminating the waste stream. So those are 2 of the big things. I think there are some other folks that can talk to that a little bit more. If anybody else wants to, Chaz, do you want to talk to that?
Nope. Okay. All right.
All
Thank
right
you.
then.
Good enough.
Goes to the Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Scott Cassell. Scott, you mentioned that in Connecticut they've saved millions, maybe tens of millions of dollars through implementation of EPR. And could you break down where those savings come from? Is it a combination of reduced litter cleanup, payments made by producers? I mean, how does that break out?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. Maybe I spoke too fast there. What the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has done is to analyze the costs for all the municipalities in Connecticut. And they know, they've estimated, this comes from the governor, it's a governor's bill, that there's $50 million that they spend just on recycling, not trash, on recycling across the state. That's 3 million population, so you can double it here, and it's just an estimate of what they could save if the EPR bill is passed in Connecticut, and their hearing is coming up soon.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up. So how was that $50 million cost offset in terms of the funding sources?
How is it offset? It would be paid for by the producers through the program.
Okay,
They're reimbursing, same as Maryland, there's a reimbursement system. And the formula for that would be determined through the plan in both cases, Maryland and also in Connecticut. So it's really reimbursing municipalities for their costs that they're paying right now. And, it's going to be, as Chaz was saying there's some aspects that the formula will need to be determined, and we'll have to work through that. But the idea is to reimburse, in this case, the counties and municipalities for their actual costs.
And it's all from the producers, you're saying?
All from the producers.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Ciliberti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question goes to one of the women who was up there talking about the plastics. Of course, everybody's been talking about that, but with respect to plastics, the statement was made that there's a truckload every minute, a truckload every minute dumped in the ocean. Now, my question is, where did you come up with that particular datum? What tools were used to determine that?
Sorry. Thank you for the question. That comes from a 2015 peer-reviewed publication in Science. I was not the author on that, but we'd be happy to get a copy of that to you and to the committee. It's now kind of an established estimate that a researcher named Dr. Jambeck, and a number of others published their estimation, a global estimate in the journal Science. That's where that comes from.
Doesn't that seem to be an enormous number of dumps?
It does seem to be it is an enormous number. There's a lot of plastic out there. There's been more than 8 billion tons of plastic ever made in the last century, less than a century. That was calculated by a scientist named Dr. Roland Geyer. So, you know, there's been a lot of work over the last number of years to really try to quantify and get a handle around what is a plastic pollution crisis.
You're satisfied with that?
I'm pretty satisfied with peer-reviewed science, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, next question goes to another friend of ours from ECM, Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the goal is to walk me through this. This is not ECM general field of expertise. So the goal is to get to 100% recyclable, and that's when you get the lower end of the fee scale.
So the goal is multifold. It is to take the burden of paying for all of this off us, the taxpayers, and shift it to the people who are making these decisions, and to incentivize those people to make more sustainable decisions so that their packaging is more recyclable and there's less packaging.
And the reason I'm asking you and is because it says under the key definitions in the fiscal note and the analysis, it says regardless of recyclability, any part of a package or container, including material that is used for the containment, protection, is included in this bill. So it seems like regardless of what these folks do here, I agree with the Sierra Club. I've been here 9 years. I think it's the first time. That it's not incentivized for them to, based on that definition, it's not incentivized for them to reduce and become more recyclable, quite frankly.
I think I might kick that over to the business industry if they want to answer that. But from my perspective, because we have those eco-modulated fees, it is an incentive because they aren't going to want to pay more. I mean, the less sustainable your packaging is, the more you pay.
Okay, and that's fine. And we can talk more offline, but the way I'm reading it, and I don't want to take all the committee's time, but the way I'm reading it is like it says, regardless of recyclability. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's basically, in my mind, just saying if you're producing these, regardless of recyclability, if you're producing these products, you will be charged a fee. And I agree with you. I think that we are in an environmental crisis, and I think that there needs to be an end where we get to a zero fee, because if not, we're just supporting a new business model. So we're either supporting new business models or we're trying to solve the climate crisis. And that's the broader question that I'm trying to get at. I see that in ECM all the time when we talk about sustainable power, those type of things. Anyway, I'm digressing, but thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Delegate.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Cassell has his hand up to answer that.
He appears to be chomping at the bit, so chomp away.
Sorry about that. Thank you for having me answer this question. So yes, your question is right on target, but what we're hearing from the producers is they have to pay into the system. There's still a cost for that material, whether it's recycled or whether it's not recycled. If it's recycled and higher recycled content and all that, it's going to be less for that producer, giving them a financial incentive. They will have to pay less. So they will have that financial incentive. Now, the producers, since they're paying for it, they want to be part of that recycling system. And let's throw in, it could be composting as well eventually on this too. But they want to have service. They want their material to be recycled, and they're going to work very, very hard to change that dynamic. And they're paying into the system because there is a cost to that material no matter what.
And that's what I'm trying to get at is if we get to 100% recyclable, then there should be no fee assessed, correct?
Not necessarily, because that could still be a cost. I mean, recycling is almost always a cost. It's just in comparison to disposal. It's often less. It depends on the markets. But, this is not, getting to zero means that it's a really high value, and the value of the sale to a recycling end market has to be the same or greater than the cost to collect and transport and process that material. All right, so it's usually, have it as making a profit on this is really unusual, but it's really looking at recycling in comparison to waste disposal, and those costs are going up as well.
Okay, thank you for bringing more clarity. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Delegate.
Next question goes to, push that button.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Cassell, based on what Delegate Howard was just saying, could you give me what that looks like with something like, oh, Jesus, I can't even think of a product. I know, something packed. I'm trying to think of a product that essentially is either infinitely recyclable or, yes, thank you, that's what I was going to say. Aluminum cans. Take aluminum cans, for example, infinitely recyclable. What does that look like as someone who makes that has a product that can also be recycled? Is it a continued fee on that product, even though it is recyclable and recyclable multiple times?
Yeah, great question. Well, first, you made my mind think of reuse. So many of the programs are charging a reusable packaging container once in these eco-modulated fees and not again and again and again. So it does give that producer the financial incentive to make reusable. Now that's still into the future. So aluminum cans right now, it's still going to be coming into the system. Let's say it goes into the bins at the curb or a drop-off.
Sure.
It needs to be transported. It'll go to the processing facility, and then it will go to end markets to be made into maybe another aluminum can again, or some other, let's say it's back into packaging, then it would be sold onto the market again, and then it would be captured into this system. So it's really the first sale into the state of Maryland for that packaging material. It's often the brand owner, but it could be others for that. So it can be, it's again and again. So as it's recycled, there's still a charge, but aluminum, there's a high market, a high value for it. So the payment for aluminum will be lower.
Okay, so I think the word incentive is I think throwing me off. So when you say it's an incentive, it's that they're getting back more of their product to then put back into use, which is an incentive for them because then they may, I don't know, have less, maybe less virgin material to then use versus the reusable materials.
The incentive is it's simple financial incentive. And it could be, well, I mean, let's say, this isn't it, but let's say it's 1 cent, for an aluminum can to put that can on the market.
Per their jurisdiction.
Into the state of Maryland. It would be the first time sale into the state of Maryland, for simplicity's sake. So as that material is sold, as that can is sold, then that brand owner would pay, let's say it's 1 cent per, it's done by by weight and a couple of other factors. But let's just say it's 1 cent. If they choose another material that is less recyclable or not recyclable at all, it may be higher than that. It may be 5 cents. So they're gonna have an incentive for aluminum cans to make them aluminum. If someone else is making their cans in some other non-recyclable, they might look to aluminum or other materials that are even plastics could be less.
Right.
So it's trying to give the incentive for the producer, or it's really the brand owner,
Sure.
to use more sustainable packaging.
But they would still have to pay, correct? They would still be paying.
They're still paying, but they'd be paying less because there's always a cost for the system. And we're trying to cover.
So I think that's the point we're trying to get at. Regardless, you pay whether or not your product is at a low or a high level or more recyclable versus less. You're always going to pay something into the system, yes.
Because we, the taxpayer, always have to pay. Yeah.
Excuse me, Delegate, if I could just jump in here really quickly.
No, actually, you're going to testify next, and then we'll have questions for you and everybody else. So, we are going to go now to actually Elizabeth Olds, who's right there. And you've got 2 minutes, and then we have 2 other people, and then we will go to questions for those who are signed up unfavorable. So, Liz, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Elizabeth Olds, and I'm representing the American Forest and Paper Association. In Maryland, we employ nearly 6,000 individuals with an annual payroll of over $374 million. I really appreciate the recognition of our industry's excellent recycling record. Unfortunately, we do still have concerns with this bill as written, and so we have to urge an unfavorable vote. Our understanding is that based on this bill as written, a PRO may create a representative organization to represent all participating PROs, including individual PROs, which would mean that our industry's concerns would very likely be underrepresented. In addition, this bill still contains concerning language requiring PROs to implement post-consumer recycling content goals and source reduction goals, which we believe are unnecessary for our industry given our excellent recycling record and early voluntary action. Paper recycling rates in the U.S. have consistently increased, with 68% of paper recycled in 2021. More paper by weight is recovered for recycling from municipal waste streams than plastic, glass, steel, and aluminum combined. In addition, 95.1% of Marylanders have access to residential curbside recycling for paper. This well-developed and accessible system negates the need for an EPR program that includes our products. There's been a lot of discussion about how this has been working in other jurisdictions like Europe and Canada, and I think it's really important to discuss the differences between that and the United States. The record of EPR programs in Canada and Europe don't really offer clear advantages over our market-based approaches in the U.S., mainly because our programs are so much more locally based and rely on single-stream recycling. In fact, a 2021 research paper performed by York University in Ontario concluded there is no evidence to indicate that the EPR program in Canada will result in cost containment or increased recycling performance. I would also, if I can,
Just complete your thought. Thank you.
Yes, I would also like to share some actual regulatory recycling costs based on Recycle BC's fees per ton. The Recycle BC fees per ton for container board, which is our most recycled product, is $269 per ton. Our actual U.S. production in 2021 was 39 million tons. That is an estimated U.S. annual cost of over $10 billion to our industry. If you combine all of our forest products for our industry, container, box, board, printing, writing papers, that is a $16 billion industry cost. So I would really appreciate a little bit more of an industry focused approach when we talk about these regulatory costs and what this is going to mean for producers, especially ones who have already taken the early voluntary actions to increase our recycling and compostability.
Okay, thank you. Sorry that I have 2 more bills after this, so.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks so much.
Yep. John McLucky and Davian Percy, if you can come up, you are the last witnesses in opposition, and then we can proceed to Q&A. Who would like to go first?
Well, thank you, Chairman Barbie, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Robbie McLucky, lifelong resident of Frederick County, Maryland, and I work for the Consumer Healthcare Products Association, representing the manufacturers of over-the-counter medicines, dietary supplements, and medical devices. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 284. I've also submitted written testimony for the record. First, I'd like to commend Delegate Love for filing the bill and highlighting the recycling needs of Maryland and her continued dialogue with us. I would also like to thank Delegate Love for recognizing the uniqueness of our members' product packaging. This legislation, as you know, it would establish an EPR program for the packaging of consumer products. While the bill appropriately exempts FDA-regulated drugs and medical devices, it falls short of extending that same exemption for dietary supplements. For that reason, we are here forced to register in opposition. When working with the sponsors last year on a similar bill, we had an agreement in principle that it exempted drugs, devices, and dietary supplements. I'm not sure if there was a drafting error this year or where that fell out of the exclusions, but as I mentioned before, drugs and devices are exempt from the bill. We are here just to ask for an amendment that would put supplements into that scope. The FDA has offered industry guidance stating that specifically, recycled plastic should not be used for primary drug or dietary supplement packaging. This bill will conflict with that FDA guidance as it would establish mandatory post-consumer content goals and packaging reduction goals. If the exception is included to include supplements, we would happily withdraw our opposition to the bill, and I'm happy to take any questions from the committee. Thank you.
And finally, Davian Percy. Mr. Percy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Davion Percy with Percy Public Affairs, representing the Consumer Healthcare Products Association. My client covered it perfectly, but I just wanted to hone down on the point that he made. So yes, FDA-regulated drugs and medical devices are covered in this bill, and we thank the sponsor for that, both in the House and the Senate. But we get this question over the last few years that we've been working on it. We've gotten the question repeatedly about dietary supplements. So I just want to emphasize that the packaging of dietary supplements are regulated by the FDA, and it is very, very important that we have that added into the bill. And we do think it probably was a drafting area, and we're willing to work with you all on that. So with that, we are opposed. We're not favorable, so we couldn't go favorable with amendments. However, with this amendment, we will withdraw our opposition.
You'll be neutral.
Thank you. We'll be neutral. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions for these three witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 284. And with that, we say goodbye to our friends from ECM. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. No. Okay.
Do we need to stand up and exercise?
I know. We need seventh inning stretch music.
I know.
I know. That's what we need. All right. We are going to go now to House Bill 607.
You want to do 607?
Or
Or 109?
Well, for some reasons down here that way, so yeah, we'll do the task force last, since that has to face the octagon of the task force competition process.
Okay. Well, we're going to shift gears, colleagues. We're going to stop talking about plastics, and we're going to start talking about stormwater. So everybody take a minute, recalibrate. Here we go. Hi, again. Sarah Love here to present HB 607, Water Pollution Control, Discharge Permits, Stormwater Associated with Construction Activity. So this committee spends a lot of time talking about cleaning up the Chesapeake Bay. Each year we have multiple bills dealing with the health of the Bay. We had a briefing on the Bay. We heard that the Bay continues to struggle with excess amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment. So the committee might be surprised then to learn that it is currently not unlawful to allow massive amounts of pollution to run off a construction site. Let me say that again. It is not unlawful to allow massive amounts of pollution to run off a construction site. How many of us have seen stormwater running off a construction site? Brown, gunky, yep, we all have. So according to the EPA, sediment runoff from construction sites are typically 10 to 20 times greater than agricultural lands, 1,000 to 2,000 times greater than forest lands. Even a short burst of rain can contribute more sediment to streams than would be deposited naturally over several decades. So HB 607 addresses this problem of runoff from construction site. It clarifies that a construction site may not cause sediment pollution or erosion downstream. It gives inspectors the tools they need to investigate downstream waters following pollution complaints. It requires more rigorous grading and construction permit review for larger construction sites in sensitive areas, and it establishes penalties for non-permitted construction activities. So with that, I will stop and I will turn it over to my expert witnesses here, and thank you very much.
Righty, expert witness number one. Who would that be?
Right here. Go ahead.
Sure, we're waiting on the presentation. We'll pull it up, but Matt Johnston, again, thank you so much, Chair and members of the committee. Executive Director for Arundel Rivers Federation, and just as a reminder, I'm interested in this bill, and we are interested in this bill because I spent 3 years working on construction pollution solutions in Anne Arundel County for the county executive as the Environmental Policy Director. I'm also a father of a 7-year-old, so my presentation is about why, because he asks why all the time. So I asked all the organizations that we work with to send in pictures and videos of construction stormwater pollution, and I was inundated. In 48 hours, I had over 100 that I had to choose from for this presentation. These are just a few. That's my hand in a massive amount of sediment right next to a silt fence in Anne Arundel County. This is just downstream of that, where the silt is now running into the conveyance channel, into the stormwater network. That's a little pipe right there. And then this is the tidal waters of the South River, just south of here. This is what we see time and again. Here are some more pictures from Prince George's County, from Baltimore City, This is the why, 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 this is the why. So our written testimony from Arundel Rivers Federation is signed on to by a dozen other organizations who are very interested in helping us stop this pollution. So I've talked about the why, but the solution, a big part of it, is HB 607. For all the reasons that the delegate just mentioned, HB 607 is going to help us reduce pollution. In particular, what I'm most interested in HB 607 is putting very clearly in statute that it is illegal to cause off-site sediment pollution or erosion from a construction site. That will give our state and local inspectors the authority they need to go after these pollution complaints and hold polluters liable for the damage that is caused. Thank you very much, and I urge a favorable vote.
All righty then, who is next? Dominic.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. We are running the gauntlet today. All right. So to make this brief, our MACO's position is very similar to the EPR position. So when developers come in and they build these construction projects have downstream impacts. And who ultimately steps in to fix those downstream impacts? It's going to be your local governments, and it's going to be your taxpayers. Just because you build a building and that does have an economic benefit doesn't mean you shouldn't have to pay for the environmental impact, and that should be shielded or should be put on the backs of taxpayers. So this bill, it gives us tools, it is sensible policy, it's good for the environment, and allows us to redirect resources where we need them, again, in housing, other infrastructure, other social programs. MACO urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Matt Stegman.
Yep. Okay.
Come on, chop chop.
Here. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Stegman here on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. We urge a favorable report on House Bill 607. According to the Chesapeake Bay program, construction sites, they're the highest single loading source of nutrients and sediments in our waterways on a per acre basis. And this bill takes a very sensible approach of making sure that just as each construction site is different, that we are tailoring the our permitting to what the risks are at each of those sites, and allowing individual permits. It gives our environmental managers an opportunity to tailor erosion and sediment control practices that are specific to the scale, scope, layout of an individual project, and allows features and assimilative capacity for the nearby waterways. So this is really a bill about equipping our frontline environmental managers and inspectors with the tools they need to keep our waters in good shape. So with that, again, would urge a favorable report.
Okay, and we're going to go to Greg Smith, who is testifying favorable with amendment virtually. Greg, I saw you there for a second. Welcome to the committee, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Greg and Hyattsville. Many thanks to Delegate Love for sponsoring this urgently needed, well-crafted legislation, and to anyone else who helped shape it. I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report on HB 607, and I urge all committee members to champion its passage. I'd hoped and planned to submit written testimony along with photos and videos prior to this hearing, but we're a little busy preparing to sue a developer in federal court for persistently and we believe willfully committing the kinds of violations HB 607 is meant to prevent and penalize. We've documented that developer's violations with hundreds of photos and videos on scores of occasions. This project requirement in the law could be the poster child for HB 607, except that the site's total area is 8.26 acres. So the developer would not automatically be required to apply for an individual permit rather than general coverage. This site is environmentally sensitive. It's adjacent to families' homes, public parks, and untitled wetland, and a primary tributary to the northwest branch of the Anacostia River. It's also adjacent to an upstream of environmental not in the 100-year floodplain, and a lower parcel that is. MDE already lists the Anacostia and the lower northwest branch as impaired for sediment pollution and other pollutants. Our case helps explain why it will remain impaired until or unless Maryland is 7th. In July of 2019, developers began to grade, grub, and otherwise disturb more than 2 acres of the upper parcel, which has steep slopes and highly erodible clay soils. They left the entire area fully exposed to precipitation, left the site littered with massive installed stormwater controls. They had no county grading permits, no approved sediment and erosion control plans, and they hadn't even applied for the required state federal construction-related stormwater permit. They repeatedly discharged sediment and perhaps other pollutants into the local. Is that my 2 minutes?
Pardon me?
Is that my 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's your 2 minutes. Sorry. Well, we're going to go to questions now anyway, so maybe somebody will have a question for you. Okay, questions. First question goes to Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Delegate. So it's, yeah, you have to forgive me, it's been a long day and everything's starting to blur together. I thought I heard you say it's not, and I can't remember exactly what you said, but it's not illegal to discharge from a construction site. But then we heard a bill earlier today that was about limiting liability. And can you explain the difference? Thank you.
Sure, that's a great question because it is very confusing in the state code. So to be clear, sites are covered under a construction general permit under the Clean Water Act. And MDE can absolutely cite a violator for violating that construction general permit if the practices on the site are not adequate or something like that and something happens off streams, and they can protect waters of the U.S. However, there is nothing in Maryland code that specifically says it is illegal to create this source of pollution. There is that in Anne Arundel County Code, and that is why we worked with the delegate to put that into state code, because what that has done for Anne Arundel County Code, putting it right there in statute, is it has given very clearly all of our public servants the authority that they need and the backing that they need to go out there, inspect that pollution, regardless of how good the site is performing under their construction general permit. They are still allowed to go off-site and cite that construction site with a violation, because in Anne Arundel County, you cannot create an off-site source of sediment deposition or erosion.
Thank you so much.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I have actually 2 questions. I wanted to ask Mako if the role of the county governments, because you do land use and you do give permits for all this construction, and I mean a lot of redevelopment, a lot of developments going on all over the state. Everywhere you go, you see construction cranes. And my question is, doesn't Mako already have the power, as Anne Arundel, don't all the counties have the power to enact local legislation to do this?
Yeah, so Anne Arundel did something similar, and so all the counties do have the power to do something similar to this. But we did bring this bill before our legislative committee, and our legislative committee agreed that this is an important thing and that we would be, comfortable with this bill moving forward. And we do have the power. It would be the same inspectors too going out and who are doing the inspections now, so it's not that big of a lift.
Okay, I thank you for that. I wanted to also. I'm very aware of what Mr. Greg Smith has talked about in Hyattsville. I live in Hyattsville, and I've seen a lot of these stormwater problems. I think our stormwater management law is outdated, and it needs to be upgraded and updated. I'm not sure that just construction sites is enough, but I did want to ask Mr. Smith if he would finish his thoughts about how this particular bill will help, because I know the lawsuit is going forward under what you've talked about, the general cases, but having this specifically in state law just for construction sites, as opposed to like really overhauling the stormwater management law for the state. Mr. Smith?
Well, I'm most familiar with the construction-related stormwater because I've had to focus on that both at this Stockbridge Point site and the Sacred Heart site. And I would invite Matt Johnson. This chronic, we caught, our little group caught the developer operating without a stormwater permit and without a floodplain and wetland permit. MDE came out June 2nd of 2021, found the developer in significant non-compliance, advised them to stop grading and to stabilize the stock piles that were leading to the discharges. And when I asked them why you advised rather than ordered and why they didn't issue a hard stop work order, they said they didn't have that authority. We need them to have that authority because the county did not step in. We're suing not only the developer, we're having to sue the county for failing to follow and enforce the law and protect our community and our local waters. And this has been going on for 3.5 years. We should not have to do this lift. And the other piece of this, and I'm sure you're familiar, I'm sure the committee's familiar with this, is the lack of staffing and resources. MDE essentially has one inspector for all construction sites in Prince George's County. We're about 500 square miles, nearly 500 square miles, and nearly 1 million people. And one person cannot do that job, especially when they don't have the authority or the political backing to do the job. Does that begin to answer?
I just wanted you to be able to finish your thought on that so that everybody could hear it. Thank you very much.
Sure. It just became almost a joke on our local listserv, a sad joke, where we would have to have a subject line saying another storm, another violation. Or a joke about Lake Gallatin being Gallatin Street being back again because this developer would flood our street with sediment and stormwater to the point that our city had to close the street to protect traffic, to protect public safety. And this has gone on over and over. So we need the teeth and the tools that come with this legislation. And again, I thank Delegate Love for bringing this legislation forward. Does that answer the question?
Okay, Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of confused, which surprises everyone, I'm sure. What I saw on the screen, the brown water, et cetera, looked to me like sediment control issues, not stormwater management control issues. And the two things are totally different. Having been designing, overseeing the construction and stuff for 30, 40 years, it's totally different things. So I'm confused at what we're trying to get at. Stormwater management is storing the water for a long period of time. With it used to be a 100-year storm, it comes every 10 minutes now. What I saw there was sediment control. So please try to explain to me what we're getting at with the brown water versus the stormwater management, because the two are totally different things. Soil Conservation District in every jurisdiction oversees the permits for sediment control. I'll be quiet.
No, thank you very much, Delegate Holmes. And actually, you're taking me back 2 years where I sat next to Delegate Love, and we reformed the stormwater regulations in this committee with the help of Mako as well that day. And we passed new stormwater regulations, which is after construction.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely.
Yes.
What we are talking about today is during construction, there are a set of controls that the Soil and Conservation District from every county approve for a construction site for that site to begin construction and get a permit under the general permit. Those controls are storing the water on site, covering up your exposed dirt with straw or mulch every night after you go home so that if it rains, it doesn't come off. Putting silt fences at the edge of the construction site. That's what we're talking about. And what this bill does is it says, if you don't have those controls, we're definitely going to create a deterrent to go after you to get that permit. So there are some that do not even go get that permit, very few. But this puts a huge deterrent, a huge penalty in if you don't get a permit. But then this bill also says, okay, if you get the permit and you're in one of those very sensitive watersheds, tier 2 watersheds or floodplain, or the critical area buffer. We want MDE to write that permit. We want a more rigorous control standards.
So you're taking it away from Soil Conservation District, is that correct?
For those particular sites that are over 10 acres in those sensitive watersheds, MDE will now have control over that permit. It will not be a construction general permit. They will still work with the soil conservation districts to design those controls, but they will permit it under an individual permit as opposed to the general permit.
And Mako's okay with this?
The areas are incredibly limited that this new permit would apply to. There's not going to be a lot of development in those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then the last thing is if we find pollution, we put in the law that's illegal, and we give the inspectors the authority to go after that pollution.
I fell asleep at the wheel here. So, under the bill, if you follow the rules, which now it's going to take a lot longer to get the permit and cost a lot more, and you follow all the rules, but then you have a act of God event or whatever, what impact will it have under this bill? So you're going to have, you just because you got everything built to standards, and it took 6 months longer to do it and cost $10,000 more, but you still have an issue which is inevitable. What's going to happen under this bill?
Yeah, it's a great question. So let me use Anne Arundel County as an example, because this is the example we used to draft the bill. In Anne Arundel County, when that's seen and the site is in full compliance, they've built everything according to their plans, Anne Arundel County inspectors still have to go downstream to find the pollution, and they still have to fix that pollution problem, right? So generally, they put a stop work order on the site, or they ask the site applicants to immediately work with them to remove that sediment that's off the site. They actually send bucket brigades out there, and they scoop it up off the road, right, to remove it so that it doesn't get into tidal waters. But then already in state statute and in many county laws, including Anne Arundel County, there's a whole list of things that you have to consider before you go to a fine. So there's a lot of subjectivity in there, and it is willful negligence is one of the subjective measures in law. So you don't jump straight to a fine, but you do jump to, let's clean up the pollution now, and then let's go back to the site and increase those controls on the site. If it happened during that last storm, and that last storm was 1.5 inches of rain, well then maybe we need to do something extra on the site so that the next 1.5 inch storm doesn't do that. So we in the field change the controls that are on the construction site in the hopes that it won't happen again. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it answers some of it, but not clearly. You know, I'm really trying to go after more of if all the rules are followed through a rigorous activity and requirements, and inevitably something will happen. And I understand, you know, it's got to get cleaned up and whatever, it's just all that, but is there consequences for the builder at the end of that exercise, even though it wasn't their fault?
I think that's a rhetorical question. We're going to move on to the opponents, because I think he answered your question, sort of. Okay, let's go to the opponents. Tom Ballantyne, Margaret Withrop, Lori Graff, William K.C. Reed, and Robert Enton. Robert, where is he?
I don't know. He was here. I don't know where he is. I don't keep track of him. I'll go ahead and start.
Sure.
My name is Lori Graff. I'm CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. It's a pleasure to be back in front of this committee. We do thank Delegate Love for meeting with us and having some conversations about this piece of legislation. I'm just going to start off with some basics. Some other people will talk a little bit more on the specific side of things. I am going to sound like a broken record in front of you guys. You know we need more housing. You know that we need to figure out a way to help our housing crisis. It shouldn't be a choice between the environment and housing, though. We need to work together to figure out how to help the environment, but at the same time build more housing and make it attainable for everybody in the state of Maryland. This bill, we have a lot of concerns with. It is going to make housing more expensive. It is going to take a much longer process. You heard it could take up to 6 months longer when you operate under an individual permit as opposed to the general permit. With the general permit, the staffing isn't as much of a concern at MDE. We do have a lot of concerns about that. Currently, all projects operate under the general permit or an individual permit. Most operate under the general permit. What was not mentioned is there is a brand new general permit that hasn't even taken effect yet, that just was introduced at the end of December. It is much more restrictive than the old one, and some other people will talk more in detail about that. That hasn't even taken effect. That was not appealed by any groups. We did not appeal it, and none of the other groups appealed it. So we do think that that should take effect. We should look at that. It is much more restricted. It is designed to be restrictive. I also wanted to point out that MDE does already have the authority to move a project from a general permit to an individual permit, should they choose to. They can also put other restrictions and requirements on any project. As far as the fines, we never try to defend bad actors. If there is a project, if there is a bad actor out there, we do not have any fight in that game. We want to be the good actors. We want to create good housing. But this bill establishes a minimum fine of $25,000, which is different than every other piece of the environment article. With that, I will pass it on. Other people will have a lot more to say on this, so thank you.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Barbie. My name is Maggie Witherup. I'm an environmental attorney. I've been practicing law for 28 years, and I'm the primary author of the book on Maryland environmental law. I am speaking at the request of MBIA and NAIOP. This bill, we believe, adds an unnecessary and a burdensome process for construction work by requiring many projects. We don't believe it's just a handful, but many projects that would qualify for coverage under the general permit or GP to be forced to apply for an individual permit. And that may not sound like a big deal, but it really is. The whole reason that the GP exists is to simplify and speed up the permitting process for a specific category of activity that applies to a lot of sites. And this doesn't mean that discharges under the GP are completely unregulated. It means that MDE has already determined what are the appropriate controls to mitigate the environmental impacts from that type of activity. And those control measures then apply to all sites that are covered by the GP. And to get coverage under the GP, you need to file a simple form called a Notice of Intent, or NOI, at least 14 days before starting construction. In contrast to the GP, an individual permit is specific for each individual site. It requires a detailed application and it takes MDE at least 6 months to process and approve it. Another significant difference is the right to judicial review. A GP can be appealed within 30 days after the MDE's notice of the final permit, not when people submit their NOIs. And as Lori said, this is a brand new general permit that is going into effect April 1st. It went through multiple rounds of public comments, and if anyone thought it was inadequate, they could have appealed the new general permit. Individual permits are subject to public notice and comment and can be appealed when each individual permit is issued. This is a significant additional risk and burden for permittees. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next?
I'll go next, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Casey Reed. I'm a professional engineer with Rogers Consulting, and I'm here speaking at the request of MBIA and NAIOP. For the last 2 decades, I've provided engineering services solely on land development projects within Maryland. It is in my opinion that this legislation is premature in its nature. The concerns it attempts to address by limiting coverage under the general permit are already addressed by a long track record of focused stormwater management regulations, critical area programs, and most importantly, the recent expansion of the general permit requirements. Over the last 20 years, I've seen the stormwater management regulations evolve multiple times, each evolution more and more focused on the protection of natural resources, pollutant removal, and water quality. The result is our current environmental site design framework. In this moment, I'm personally involved in the next evolution, referred to as A-Storm, where the aim is to maintain the current high water quality standards, but also ensuring regulations will produce systems that are resilient to climate change. Additionally, MDE and DNR already manage development in critical areas through more stringent stormwater management requirements and limitations on impervious area coverage. and pollutant load reductions. Lastly, requirements related to the construction activities with coverage under the general permit have recently been more stringent. As Lori mentioned, so recently, those changes will not be in effect until April of this year. These changes are considerable and the result of several years of efforts by the Department of the Environment, and I believe address many of the same concerns reflected in this legislation. Some highlights of the new CP20 permit are preparation of specific stormwater management pollution prevention plans for each project, specific procedures for handling hazardous material and construction chemicals on site, requirements for daily sampling of dewatering practices with strict turbidity limits, enforcement of anti-degradation policies associated with Tier 2 high-quality watersheds, and others. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Ballantyne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association. Just a few specific points that underlie our opposition to this bill. On page 3, line 26 through page 4, line 3, the permit holder may not cause or allow runoff from a construction site. I think Mr. Johnston referred to that as one of the key elements here. We don't see how a permit holder can comply as it's written. It's contrary to the purpose of the permit, which is to establish the limits of discharge. The language applies to both general permit and individual permit sites. Buildings aren't located in floodplains, but on occasion, utilities or stream crossing necessitates disturbances in floodplains. This bill triggers an individual permit in those cases. There's little private development in Tier 2 watersheds. The ostensible footprint of this may be small, but there's connective language on page 3, lines 4 through 6 that is about draining from from other watersheds into those higher quality watersheds. That really makes us question what the footprint of and the geographic extent of the bill is. We supported the bill that was mentioned by the last panel to upgrade the current stormwater regulations to reflect the latest climate science. We supported legislation that allows the public to intervene in Clean Water Act enforcement actions that are initiated by MDE. We supported the additional measures that are in the general permit. And the individual permits in this bill are a bit arbitrary. We're learning more through this hearing about what the rationale is from the proponents. But we thought those other bills were sensible steps forward that we could support, but as written, we can't support this one. Thank you.
Is Mr. Enton around? All right. In that case, are there any questions? Well, seeing none, that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 607. We're now going to go to the last bill of the evening, and that is House Bill 109. And this is a task force.
My apologies, colleagues. I am sorry. But the good news is, this is it. We're done. This is the last one. So, good afternoon, or good evening, I guess we're there. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, friends, Delegate Sarah Love here to present HB 109, which is a task force bill. Not a lot of these pass through, so I'm hoping it's this one. Maryland's recycling policy, Maryland's Recycling Act, when it was enacted in the 1980s, was really a leader. It was progressive, it was thoughtful, and it was one of the few out there. And that was great. And over the years, we've added to it bits and pieces. But we haven't done a full review of the Maryland Recycling Act. We sort of keep adding things to it ad hoc. And so what this bill seeks to do is to bring together a whole host of stakeholders to take a look at the Maryland Recycling Act and say, what are we counting in the MRA? Does what we're counting make sense, or are we just counting to count? Are we counting the right things? Are we counting the things that their collection will help the environment? Are the things that we're counting aligned with our recycling and greenhouse gas reduction goals? So very quickly, that's what this bill does, and I ask for a favorable report. Thanks.
Okay. Everyone is in favor of this, it appears. So let me just call them up one at a time. Chaz Miller, Ellen Valentino, Sarah Price, Dominic Butchko, Pam Casemeyer. If you're still here, come on up. Don't take too much time, though. Okay, Dom, why don't you go first? You're usually really fast, and that will probably be an inspiration.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with Maryland Association of Counties. Me too. It is time to update the Maryland Recycling Act. This is a balanced bill. Thank you, sponsor. Please pass the bill.
This is how it should be done.
Yes.
Next.
Pam Casemeyer on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. Ditto.
Okay. Chaz.
Chaz Miller, the Maryland Recycling Network, supports HB 109. I just want to tell you, 1988 was when Maryland passed the MRA. We were one of the first states to pass a recycling law after the voyage of the garbage barge. Recycling was so different in 1988. That was the year Seattle started single-stream curbside recycling. In 1988, newspaper was the only paper collected at the curbside. Now we collect boxes and other paper packages. In 1988, plastic recycling of PET bottles and HDPE milk jug was just beginning. Now we collect a wide variety of plastic packages. In 1988, my county, Montgomery County, was only collecting newspaper and aluminum cans at the curbside. We didn't start our dual stream program until '89. In 1988, MRFs were very primitive compared to the high-tech facilities we have today. In 1988, we had little understanding of recycling's ability to lower greenhouse gas emissions. Recycling has changed dramatically. The MRA hasn't. It's time to update the MRA to embody the best environmental objectives and to improve the ability of Maryland's local governments to reflect the new realities of recycling. Thank you to Delegate Love for introducing this bill, and thank you to the committee members for your extraordinary endurance this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Ellen Valentino.
Thank you.
I have a little more than me too, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I'm Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the local beverage manufacturers, and we do support this legislation. It's been a very long time since Maryland's recycling laws have been reviewed. And again, we think it's critical that that review take place until major policies move forward. And there are a number of things that I think are missing from the Maryland Recycling Act that should become part of the data collection. It is very hard, I believe, to move forward with key policies until you have a solid review of a law that hasn't been looked at since 1982. And the components of that law need a tremendous amount, I think, of additions, including aspects around the processing after the collection. The processing after the collection. So again, we are a major stakeholder. We want to be at the table. We think this is the right direction, but I just urge the committee, because I've been around way too long to have seen big policies that flip over the table, and I mean that in a good way, okay? Not like, that change the course of solid waste. Big issues move forward without the proper, I think, data needed to make the decisions. So we support the bill. I did want to make that statement. Absolutely time to look at this, but also time to look at those components. So I think the state can go to the next level of recycling. Thank you.
Hello, I am still Sarah Price. I am still here from the Maryland Retailers Association. Big ditto to Ellen. Additionally, we would love to see the task force expanded to perhaps also include representatives from manufacturing and retail, but we can follow up with the sponsor on that. Thank you.
And we do have a virtual witness, Marie Laporte. Marie, are you with us? Is she
Yes,
there?
I am.
Okay,
Can you hear
great.
me?
You have 2 minutes.
All right,
There you
great.
go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or evening as it might be. I'm Marie Laporte. I'm a Sierra Club member and speaking today on behalf of Maryland Sierra Club and its 70,000 members and supporters in support of HB 109. It has long been said that in the future we will be mining our landfills. That future has arrived. As everyone has said, in 1988, Maryland passed the Maryland Recycling Act, which provided the foundation for our recycling and diversion programs. It has since had some updates, but not a comprehensive review. I'd like to start by discussing aluminum, 2/3 of which ends up in landfills, even though it's infinitely recyclable. Using recycled aluminum uses 95% less energy than creating virgin aluminum from bauxite ore, generates far less mining waste and environmental impact, and reduces our dependence on imports for a metal that's irreplaceable in everything from food to transportation. You have no doubt read about the demand for rare earth minerals, which are critical components of batteries, renewable energy, and our national security. Many of these materials are only found in a few locations throughout the world and require destructive mining and processes, which uses precious resources, harsh labor, and depends on our tenuous relationship with other countries. Maryland landfills also take in an unacceptable tonnage of organic material that, if composted, would reduce the creation of methane, a greenhouse gas 80 times more harmful than CO2. Roughly 30% of what goes into a landfill could be composted, helping reduce climate change, substantially increasing the life of our existing landfills and saving taxpayer money. Lastly, the explosive increase in plastic waste that you've heard about all afternoon is and of all types, and a national recycling rate that, according to the EPA, is stubbornly stuck at 5%, is resulting in an unacceptable burden on our landfills. These are just a few of the many reasons to support this necessary bill to create a task force to study recycling systems.
Thank you
We urge a
so
favorable
much.
report.
Any questions? No? Okay, so let me just tell you, the Speaker's office generally wants us to pass only 1 or 2 task forces. They will go into the octagon of task force combat, and only two will emerge victorious. All right. Okay, so that ends the public hearing on House Bill 109. We will have some announcements because here's what's going to happen. We're going to have 2 subcommittees are going to meet, then leadership is going to meet, and most of you will be free to go. But announcements. Homes.
Housing and real property will meet in 9 minutes, 6 p.m. Housing and real property, 6 p.m.
How much time are you going to need?
Can I have 45 minutes?
Sure.
Thank you. We will stop immediately, promptly at 6:45.
Okay. Dana.
Ditto for the Environment Subcommittee, 6 p.m.
Are you sure you can't do it in half an hour? Okay. Both those meetings are going to be a half an hour. 10 minutes after that, at 6:40, the leadership group will meet in the conference room. And to the committee, we're going to have our first voting session tomorrow after the public hearing. It should be most likely the easy bills, the ones that are not very controversial, but we might throw a few in there just to mess with you that are controversial. But I think it's going to be a relatively easy voting session, but it will happen tomorrow, and we're now getting into the thick of things where you can count on voting on either Thursday or Friday. So, okay, meeting adjourned. See you guys tomorrow. Good work.